Okay. So, last week was a shorter session and you were going towards the High Hall. On the way there, you came across a group of giant crabs being led by a chain devil, which you pretty much made sushi out of. During the fight, two people ran up to you, whom Gisela recognized.
We're out of combat now, right?
Yeah, so we ended the session right when the fight ended.
Okay.
Yes.
Mac
We have
can
not
move.
looted them and we have not butchered them yet. Which is clearly something we're going to do with the giant crabs.
Yeah,
I want me some crab sticks.
That's right. And I never got my crab sushi.
Which we can get now.
Sorry, Dino. Continue on.
So, we left off right at the end of the combat. At which point the other two people who are Ontar and Kath just arrived in time to see you kill the last of the enemies. With very nice timing. And Kath runs up to Gisela and says, Gisela, you're alive!
Cat, you're alive!
Where have you been all this time? I went looking for you, but I couldn't find you anywhere.
We escaped Elturel just before it fell into the hell. Me and I've just before Elturel fight, I found my grandson again, who left the village a while ago. You know, I talked about him, Krat.
Yes.
And now we lost him again. He's
You
lost your grandson in
Again!
in hell, yes! I'm the worst grandmother ever!
At least you didn't lose your contractually obligated public service charge.
Not yet, anyway.
Despite his best efforts.
It's such a shame. You would have liked him. Just as long as there are no doors that you like around, then it's a lovely guy.
I mean, I have a few doors I'm fairly fond of, but
Yeah, just don't meet him around those.
how did you get back here? If you escaped the city?
Magic, we lost a wizard and he flew away, so now we don't really know how to get back. Unless we just take all of Elturel back to the normal world. That's the plan. We just take entire Elturel back and then we will go along.
We take the city and push it somewhere else.
Yes!
Stupid question. Did we ever stop by Keth's house and is Clink wearing Keth's clothing?
No, and
Okay.
no.
Yeah, I think it would have been if we had.
At this point, Ontar interrupts. While I'm glad to see a happy reunion, we were actually on our way to the High Hall because it's currently under attack and they asked us to come back. So maybe
We
we
were
should
on
not...
our way to the High Hall and you were coming from the High Hall.
We didn't come from the High Hall, were on patrol in the...
It's the
East-
High
west-
Hall
west-
is
west
not
part of
north
the
of
city.
here.
No, so the map is rotated because the... I'll take you back to the map of Elturel.
Yeah.
This one doesn't really
Because
matter all that much.
actually, Gisela should know the way.
Yes, so you are currently somewhere over here.
But we had to cross the lava stream to get to the High Hall, right? So they're coming
Yeah.
from the wrong direction if they're going.
No, they're coming from here, from this direction. And as soon as the map loads on my view, you'll see that they had to... Come on, map load. This part is on a hill, so it's not entirely easy to go from east to the center part.
Okay, so now we can go to the High Hall together. We were actually also on our way there. We know why the riders of, however they were called again, turn into devils when they die.
Okay,
It turns out they already did that before Elturel fell into hell, but you just didn't notice because they turned into devils in hell.
We definitely want to hear about that, but we really need to get going. And he points at the further down the street where you can indeed actually see a group of devils go towards the High Hall if you look.
Yes, we are going to save the High Hall.
All right.
And then we're going to find Krat.
Yes. Okay.
No, he's going to be fine. We just have to follow the trail of broken doors.
Yeah.
As long as the worst thing he has to fight is a door, he's got it.
This is Krat we're talking about. By the time we find him, he's going to double his number of followers.
To 2.
Well, given the fact that he currently has 1 or 0, I'm not sure.
Well,
That's
He has Craig.
I
Yes,
think
Matt.
everyone in this group except for Gisela is his follower.
I think Krivka is supposed to be a follower of another god, so
Okay, Krivka is also not, but certainly Mak and Klink, I think. So
all right.
I mostly keep them from worshipping the wrong way to summon anything.
But summoning things is the fun part.
Yeah. So you rush down the street towards the High Hall, where you catch up with the last small group in the larger group of creatures that was straggling behind the rest a bit.
are we taking along all the NPCs? So the trap guy we found earlier and
Unless you plan to leaving him behind in the middle of the street.
no, we're definitely taking them along. Just didn't
Oh.
remember.
Okay. This might load for a bit because it's a fairly large map.
Ah, there we are.
You are currently
At the
here.
top.
Towards the gatehouse, which is also the only way in. The doors are currently opened or bashed open, it's not entirely clear. And you only see the last group of creatures at the moment. The other ones have gone out of your sight.
Do I recognize the type of devils?
Well, the 4 in the back are, as you can see, bearded devils, which is not something you need to roll for because you have actually seen them before. For the other 2, make a religion check.
Do I get advantage?
No, for reasons of spoilers.
Okay. Religion.
Religion.
Well,
Well, the critical religion.
This
Wait.
devil is made of devil.
Craig
Max
has,
sucks.
Craig has as much religion skill as Cornflakes and more than Grisella.
Yes.
Yeah. So that
The
Darius.
only god
Craig doesn't
Darius knows is Krat.
yeah. Apparently, Mac knows that there's religion somewhere, and that Korn definitely, or Krivkash is definitely religious, but that's about it.
Oh. I also see I haven't put Krivkash Jr. on this map. Come
Was
on,
he
roll 20
resummoned?
though. Yeah, you took a short rest and an hour break.
Our giant group of people. We are collecting people and pets.
Yes, although I assume you'll leave some of them behind here. I'm going to reload because Roll20 is being annoying.
Which are the 2 giant round things around the pets? Are they towers or?
Yeah, those are towers. So
Okay.
this is the gatehouse, which is flanked by 2 small towers, or higher parts at least.
Okay. And around that is water. Or
No,
is that just
just
a part of
ground.
the wall? Okay.
Alright, as for the religion check, Gisela and Krivkash and Clank recognize these creatures as being not devils, but another type of fiend, namely Yugoloths. Yugoloths are the neutral fiends. They kind of live on a different plane normally, and they mostly are mercenaries that hire themselves out for whoever is willing to pay them. So they profit from the blood war by hiring themselves out at both sides.
Maybe
Seeing
we
this,
should
you also
offer them to hire them for a bit. Make them eat their friends, and then kill them just once they've eaten them.
A contract is a contract is a contract.
You also notice that the devils in the back are, contrary to most other devils you encounter, not wearing any kind of armor that was from the orders of Elturel.
Jesus, nudist.
Okay.
Oh, they're
demons,
real
that's
devils and
good.
not deceased.
Well,
Ding
those were
riders.
real devils too, but
Yeah.
so these ones are just nudists.
These ones were not originally Elturel's guardians.
Also, did you have fun coming up with the map entrance there? Because it looks like two large testicles and a penis.
Of course,
that's-
Silver would be the one that recognizes that.
That's entirely onto you, I'm afraid. So, presuming, please don't draw dicks on the metal map.
You have to penetrate the fortress.
Yep, that's what we're doing.
Well, hasn't the fortress already been penetrated? That's why it's
Isn't that the
broken.
problem?
No, they're just at the doors.
So Krat's been here.
Yes.
Yes!
Okay,
Great!
so
We will find him again.
I noticed that the doors are destroyed, and I'm just thinking, Krat! Krat! I'm yelling for him.
Clink is basking in his 20.18 initiative.
I feel like Bask the opposite of what a 20 initiative means.
No, he just waits his first turn out.
Am I on the
Bob,
turn
take
order
an
this
action.
time? Yes, I am.
You want a lolly? What colour lolly would you like? Which colour? I want that one. Yeah, I'll open up for you.
Dino spending an hour setting up the turn order.
I was opening their character sheets. Possibly also have images for the two Yugoloths.
I'm just imagining one looks like Todd Howard and the other looks like a shorter but uglier Todd Howard.
Yogurts. The mercenaries
Almost.
of the Milky Ways.
Okay, I misheard you there as yogurts. So
So this is the smaller one of the two. Looks like a large,
yes.
large humanoid.
a shorter and uglier Todd Howard.
bug. Yes.
Hmm.
Do you not see the resemblance? It's uncanny.
And this is the larger one.
Handout 4.
So he's got a
Well,
That's it.
whip
That's
fingers.
its name for.
Ah.
well, we know what his kink is.
Well, we did run into a chain devil, so yeah, we.
Okay, we know what it is. I see it doesn't have eyes. Does it have another way to see, or does it rely on other senses?
Does it rely on smell? Because then we could just use Clink.
As far as you can see, it does indeed not have any eyes,
But it may have magical vision or something.
that is possible.
It's
You're all-
actually
you're-
like a xenomorph.
I rolled a 22 already.
You rolled a 22, so yeah, you would probably know that this creature has blind sight.
Okay, and can it hear? Because that's kind of important for most of my spells.
Doesn't say it can't, so yes, it can.
Okay.
You also remember that it
how
has no
far is it?
natural scent.
How far is its reach? With those tentacly things?
Closer than normal melee range, definitely. So
Closer.
longer than normal
Ah.
melee range, so it can definitely lash out to further than you. Then you can hit it with a sword. So is
Yeah, now
everyone
that
in
we
the
don't have
initiative
Krat
order?
anymore.
Let's see.
I think Huey needs to be in initiative order as well. Blitzen. He's not going to be waking up this time, so.
Oh,
Ah, yeah, he's still bleeding out. It's right.
all right.
Wait, can a zombie bleed
assume-
out?
I assume you stabilized him at the end of the previous fight, but he's not
Yes.
going to do very much indeed. So we can leave him out for now.
Hey Cat, we have a zombie. Did you see that? He's very useful when he's awake.
Uh-huh.
Very weak. Comes from Huey.
Okay, so we want the fighty sounds. Fighty sounds. So, first in the initiative order, Clink.
Clink casts fireball. No, Clink doesn't. Clink doesn't have fireball. Clink casts web.
That's another 2 levels away indeed.
Because there is no fire here, Clink webs.
That was a very evil laughter from Darius there.
And then Clink, knowing what is coming, hides.
Okay, literally hiding is an action, but
Yeah, no, he's, more he's gonna not do anything from here because he doesn't need to do anything else, except maybe
Yeah.
get out of line of fire.
Web was a deck save one at the start of their turn, right?
It's in the
Yeah.
chat.
Each
Oh,
creature
right.
that started
Sorry.
turn in the webs.
Yeah, the chat was scrolled up for whatever reason.
Starts or enters, it is deck safe
Okay.
against 14.
Okay. The first bearded devil notices that they are being attacked from behind. Makes a deck save. Completely and utterly failed its deck save. Restrained. And lacking any ranged weaponry,
All he can do is make a strength check.
uses his action to make a strength check to try and break free. Rolling a 14, which is just enough to channel his inner Freddie Mercury. Mac,
You know what? Tal wouldn't have gotten that joke.
he would by now because now he knows the song.
Okay. Also, people should light them all on fire. Because actually, no, don't. That's
Yeah, you
fire
don't-
damage.
Yeah.
If you light them on fire, they take. Oh, right. But even if you do, it does remove the web. So it's best to do that when they're broken free. So
They're
Mac,
also probably immune to fire.
well, the Yugolots may not be, but the devils definitely are.
So, I was listening to the evil laughter that Darius has, and I'm assuming you got a slurp sphere ready?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I am going to... Let's see.
Also, I just realised, because that demon didn't move out of the web, even though he broke free,
Yeah, he
Oh,
has to
right.
do it
He
again.
gets his next
He
turn
would-
in the whip.
He would actually have done that if the DM didn't forget, so he's using his movement to move up to you.
But he would have begun his next turn in the whip.
Yeah, that would just be an endless loop, so...
Okay, let's see.
Krivkash
now you have a
suddenly
target.
gained an aura.
Yeah, I'm checking how far my aura would reach if I were to use it.
Well, I'm trying to think what I can do to kind of help keep them all in one area for the sphere.
Well, there's only one more who can leave. So just shoot the one who's out.
Well, I got my recall traps, which I can try and like put on the edge, like here, hoping that if any of them do
Because
escape,
that won't do much more than just give them a bit of damage, doesn't it?
if you, I believe caltrops have a saving throw that if you don't make, your speed is halved.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's not
Although
going to
they
stop
are
any of
on-
them getting out of the whip.
they're only one square, I think, though.
Oh yeah, it's
so
the
you're better
bearings
off
that
just
are
shooting
2 by
the guy
2.
in front, because we
Yeah.
don't want him to bite us.
Okay, then I will use my bonus action to give myself advantage. I will then attack him with sharpshooter and actually, let's see. I will. Yeah, I'm just going to attack him then.
That's a lot of dice.
13 is just enough to hit. So your bolt slams into his arm, grunts, but continues his forward movement.
Which one were you attacking?
The close one.
Ah, okay.
This one. Then Lulu is going to stay put. Gisela.
Do
Okay.
your dancing light things. Have you got them?
My what?
Your light things that make people sleep.
I was actually going to cast Bane. That's what would give them minus D4 on all their saving throws and all their attack
Oh,
rolls.
that
That sounds
that's
like a good one.
good option.
But I have to be within 30 feet of them, so I'm gonna have to.
So 25
Yeah,
foot
I
forward
can
with 5
move out
foot
that
back.
far, but yeah, 5 foot only back, so hope I don't get too attacked. And I do Bane on the first 3.
Okay. They base speed attacks again. So I assume they get a saving throw.
A charisma saving throw, which
Charisma
is not a
saving.
usual one.
Indeed, it is not. Let's see how they do. A 3, a 9, and a 7.
Okay,
That is a
and I
really
go,
high save DC too.
I go
Yeah.
back to here, which is not as far as I would like, but I can't really go further.
Well, she has one higher than yours because she has a more fitting race for her class. But
That's true.
14 or
That should do
15
it.
is that big of a difference.
She's a real bard instead of a fake wizard.
Yeah, true.
Okay,
Surprisingly
next one.
good fake wizard.
So whenever makes an attack roll or saving throw, roll a d4 and subtract. Okay, good to know. So first one makes a dexterity saving throw, which is already a 7, so is definitely stuck. Attack roll or saving throw, but not ability checks. Okay, and then uses his action to try and break free. Rolls an 18 to do so. And uses his movement to move up to here.
Ah!
That's okay, that's what Cash's turn is for.
Krivkash.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Save the old lady.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
Romp, 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 romp.
Our mobile wall is mobilizing.
Oh no, the wall is closing in.
There's an idea for a one shot. We all play.
We all play Crimcash.
Character.
Amazing that
Yeah, we'll
one.
play for cash. The walls are closing.
Yeah.
16 hits. Aren't you using booming blade?
I think that the toggle is inverted because I explicitly turned it on before I rolled.
Okay. I'm going to try that from my side, so this attack is just a random attack. For me, it works.
Can we have those numbers instead?
No, that's the
Yeah, now
blessing
I've
of-
turned it off. Now it's off.
Can we use those numbers instead?
What?
Wait, no.
No.
they're less.
It's easier an
Never played
idiot.
first numbers.
Learn to count. You fucking American.
Going to. For me, it works.
For me,
I'm,
it works
fair.
perfectly inverted.
I'm very confused. Anyway, so 16 hits, so you give him a booming smash. More status icons on the enemy. Is that your turn?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Next, the Mazolov makes a saving throw because he starts his turn in the web. Rolls a natural 1 on his saving throw.
Decides to have a nap.
Decides to cast a spell instead. Is there going to be a reaction to the spell, or is he just going to cast
I
it?
don't have any. I don't have any spell slots for that.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know if anyone else has any. I'm down
No,
to two
I-
to one spell slots.
I only have the inspiration thing, so no.
Didn't you use your thing?
We haven't had a
Arcane.
short rest for a while.
You
Like,
had
I
a
can't
short.
recover it. Like,
You had a short rest before the previous fight.
Yes, I reset my inspiration then.
well, I didn't
And-
use
and
my
some
arcane
peop-
recovery then.
Some people healed.
Okay, you can
I would have.
retroactively use it now, because I figured you had used it.
Yes. Can I arcane the spell he's casting first?
Sure.
Can I check too?
Yes.
Okay,
You
whatever.
won't
I
need
don't
to.
need to. I don't need to.
Okay, he's casting Cloud Kill.
Counter spell.
Okay, make a Arcana wait, no, an intelligence check. Because that's nice. Okay, he starts
Hashtag no.
He starts casting a spell, but is quickly interrupted by your counter spell, for which you are just within range.
Clink,
Okay,
the master of counterspell.
okay.
He is not a wizard, therefore he doesn't need it.
So, that's his turn. There he
That
is.
is easily one of your most useful spells.
It begins. Taya, summon Cthulhu.
Yeah. Although it depends on the campaign, because I also have counterspell in our other campaign, but we don't encounter many spellcasting enemies.
Yeah.
Proposal: we move the slurp sphere back on the map layer so it's under the web.
Yes.
Did I not do that?
No, we
No,
don't
we-
see the web anymore.
web is.
Oh, right. That
The
way.
slurp sphere is too opaque.
I heard you, but my brain didn't actually. Okay, and I have to move the actual map backwards.
Excellent.
Messing around with stuff. Okay,
And
now it
that
should
concludes
work.
its turn. And
Yes.
now all I have to do is wander on over here in preparation for next turn.
Alright, so that's when they start their turn in it and when they end their turn in it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, that's a.
So the first one starts his turn, makes
Yeah.
makes a dex save. You can roll your damage already. Okay, completely fails his dexterity save.
Oh, that's a failed roll. It was
Takes-
a 1 and a 5.
Yeah, takes 6 cold damage from the sphere. Uses his action to try and break free.
1, 2,
Just
3.
succeeds in doing so. Uses his movement to move forward. And that's his turn. Rhea is going to use her bonus action to set up her shield thing. And use her action to fire her longbow at the nearest devil.
Which is the wounded one?
Yeah, this one. Hitting him for 5 piercing damage, and my map passes out. Next. Kath. Oh, right, he has a character sheet.
I think I'm the only one now who can push them around, right?
If they
Yeah.
attack me and I roll really good, then I can do them a bit
Uh,
with the magical item we got from people in Baldur's Gate. But then I wouldn't count on that. It's and I prefer they don't attack me. So
yeah.
Okay, Kath is going to use his action to cast haste on Krivkash.
Haha! I am speed!
He is now twice the wall he was before.
So,
He actually just becomes 2 tiles wide.
so you get. I think I have an icon for haste. Yeah, there we go. So you have +2 AC, advantage on dex saving throws, and an extra action which you can use to attack, dash, disengage, heist, or use an object.
Okay.
And
So
he
does
is
haste work for spellcasters?
no,
you can
not,
still only
not,
cast
not
one,
really.
one regular spell.
Yeah, because cast
Yeah,
a spell is a
cantrips.
separate kind of action. So
Cantrips, though?
that's also the cast a spell action.
Curses.
So it's only good for spellcasters that are also good in melees, because you can
Okay.
cast a spell and
So Clink.
attack. But yeah, so Clink would be able to cast a spell for Booming Blade and then stab another person, but so Kath is also going to move somewhere I would normally put him. I'm going to move Huey a bit over here, and Cass is going to actually stand back here, but the map is too small.
Hmm.
So, the Vor, lacking much other options, is going to try and barge, first going to take damage. Indeed.
It hungers. It hungers.
So going to take cold damage, presumably. Not as you can see him at the moment. Is then going to try and march through the web. Going to make his dexterity save to see if he gets through. Gets stuck. Uses his action to try and break free. Breaks free and moves on. And gets about here.
His allies are still difficult terrain, though, no? Or
But
is
he
not
can't-
actually?
He can. He moves between them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
can
large
go left to
creatures
right.
used to a
That
5-foot square.
But the web itself is difficult terrain or not?
Is it?
Yes.
All right. Move back.
Does that mean the one that is standing next to me could not have reached me?
Where did he start?
I don't know.
He's still, I think one deep into. Oh wait, no, he was one of the ones on the
One
front, I think.
here or here. I don't know.
Probably
Yeah, if it was
here.
on the edges, no, I think the other two were on the edges.
If he was
but no.
over here, then he would probably have gotten up to here. But
Yes.
No, they would have just taken
I mean, they have glaives, so you're still within his melee range.
He's been down Cripcash, isn't?
Uh,
Cripcash,
that's-
that guy.
this is easier.
Whatever.
So-
Yeah.
First 5 foot is not difficult terrain, and this one is. So that's. Wait. 5 foot of movement, and now he has. Can get about up to here.
Next time he also starts.
Make
And now
another
the
dex save.
Alright, yep. And that's acid damage, okay. He does not make his dex save, but you can't see if he actually takes any damage, given the fact that it's also dark.
Okay.
I thought it was eternal night, eternal daylight.
Yeah,
Oh,
but no, I mean
You're-
it's not dark, but the
spell
hunger of
is
Hadar
not-
creates
Yeah.
darkness.
Yes, it's
Okay.
a slurp sphere.
The slurp sphere slurps.
Is it more like ASMR then, with the in your ear?
Well, you can hear it out to 30 feet away from the sphere, so I
Ah,
don't think it's very quiet.
Okay, makes a
The hentai
dexterity.
sphere.
Yeah, makes the dexterity save. Actually makes. Oh wait, he has to subtract a d4. Does not make his save because he rolled a 4 on the d4. Makes a strength check. Fails his strength check.
Oh, I wish I had a priest.
Makes another dex save. Rolls a 22 on his dex save, so does not take acid damage.
Curses.
No.
Oh well.
That's okay. He's still in the sphere.
And Ontar. Okay. He's going to rush forward and give the devil on the right. Oh no, it's going to gives this devil 2 slashes with his great sword.
what's so great about it?
It's silver.
Slashing devils.
Yes, that would make it greater if it's a mini sword.
Both of them hit for a combined 22 slashing damage, leaving the devil very close to death. Clink.
Clink. Clink with very few options is going to 10, 15. Yes. He's going Booming Blade. Wait, no, not that way. Ignore that one. Booming Blade that way.
Okay.
That new one in the eyeball.
Okay.
And
That's
then- Dodge back out of dodge using his mobility.
so you run up, you stab upwards into his eye. He topples over onto the ground.
Yeah, you finally actually got his eye.
Well, keep in mind
I can now wear a purple shirt.
Keep in mind the first time that Clink did sneak attack on the ship way back when, he did like crit. Well, no, that was to his nuts, not the eye.
Yeah.
It's okay. Clink knows what he's doing.
Okay. Which means Mac is up next.
Okay, so the two remaining by Krivkash, they've both taken damage, right?
Yes, although not terribly much.
Okay, I'm going to give myself advantage. Let's see, 13 was enough to hit last time, so I'll go ahead and keep Sharpshooter on. I'm going to use my Stinger to attack them both. And I'll see which one does more for the sneak attack.
Okay.
So first one, the one closer, or the one on the left, closer to Gisela.
Whoa.
Oh.
Okay, now the one on the right.
Okay, both hit.
Very good.
Let's see, the one on the left's already crit, so I'll do the sneak attack on the one on the right.
You know that if you that the sneak attack also doubles if on a crit, right?
How damage? Yeah, that's
Difficult choices.
Do the one
Right,
on the left. Do it.
Neither of them has taken very much damage. Just the one from the.
okay. Then I'll do the one on the left to try and kill it and get Gisela out of melee attack range.
Okay, so roll me 2 sneak attacks.
Okay. Let's see. I thought I could roll the sneak attack. I had it as a.
Yeah, you can normally just click on it,
Yeah, I'm clicking on it, but it's not.
or you
Oh,
clicking
there.
on the word.
Yeah. So.
Okay, that's 1.
3 ones. You rolled 3 ones.
Halfling luck only counts on the 20.
How the fuck do you roll 3 ones?
I got a crit, alright? I still got to roll it twice.
Yeah, so that's still
It's still a lot of damage.
25 plus 8 plus 6 is 39 damage. On the left one,
Who evaporates in a cloud of dust?
who takes a very nasty wound to the chest but is still standing.
Holy crap.
And the second one
Shouldn't have
takes
rolled
8.
3 ones.
If I had a choice, trust me, I would not have rolled 3 ones.
You'd have rolled 4 ones.
God, knowing my luck.
Would have been hilarious if you rolled all stats of his ones. That would have been absolutely hand-shitting the room for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Okay. Lulu is going to move a bit forward, so the rest of you are still mostly inside.
I didn't even hit the average, because the average of 3d6 is what, 10.5?
That's 3.5 point. 3.5 for first sets.
Yeah,
So the average would have been 10.
Yeah,
and a half,
10.5.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So you should have rolled 21 total.
Well, part of being an average is that you roll below it half of the times.
Yeah.
No, that means
And
it's
you roll
the
above it
minimal
half the
amount
time.
you can roll.
Yeah. Gisela.
I'm also within melee range of the second one, right?
Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to first try and get the first one out of by whispering in his ear. The one closest to me.
Okay, that's a wisdom saving throw for the bearded devil. Which is already a failure without the d4. So,
Did he roll a 1?
he rolled a 13, but her DC is 15. So he moves as far away as its speed allows and not into obviously dangerous ground.
So
So
that's
I
probably
think he's
to the
going
corner here.
to.
Or maybe he runs to the left. Who knows? Or to the right. Maybe he runs to the right and then everyone gets opportunity attacks.
He would run for
Roughly.
opportunity spots, I don't think.
Roughly get about here. Which means
Grifcash gets an attack
Grifcash does
opportunity.
get an attack opportunity, yeah. And
And
he
the 8
also
damage was
takes,
not enough.
he also takes damage from the booming. Actually, Grifcash, first roll me damage for your booming blade because he was under the effect of it and he moves, so he takes damage. And the burst of thunder that erupts as he walks away from you is enough to make him topple over.
Oh great,
not
and you
get
didn't
up
even
again.
have to use your reaction for this.
Grisella, you would
Okay.
have gotten a reaction against him too.
I
She doesn't
also
really
moving
have
in.
I have a dagger, but
That's okay,
Yeah.
you would have been able to poke him with a dagger, and that probably would have killed him.
okay, and then I'm going to take my chances for the other one and run to here.
Okay, the other one is going to take an attack of opportunity at you,
Yeah.
which is 22 to hit.
Jeez.
22. That's 6. Is
You
that the
must be
D4
nervous.
has
Could
has
go
been
past me.
subtracted?
Alright,
Yes.
it's also 4 attack rolls.
Yes.
Okay, it's a 21 to hit.
I'm going to take my chances.
Okay, you take 11 slashing damage. Oh, right.
No, I mean my chance with
Ah.
inspiration, but I don't reach it
No.
because he gets to 17 and my AC is 16 now.
No. But you can use your blasty thing to
Yes,
give him
yes.
some damage.
I do the blasty thing. And he gets pushed 10 feet away if he doesn't take the saving throw, which he has minus 1d4 on.
Yep. So
Does that apply before the damage?
after.
Ah, shame.
Otherwise, it's just does never hit, which is a bit too strong. So dex save minus d4 is 16, so it does make his dexterity saving throw. So
He still has
Oh,
the
no.
damage, right?
yeah, so you take 11 slashing damage, or
Yes.
you already did, and you have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Now, you see, Magus, that is how you roll a d6.
Yeah, I know. I had 3 of them. I had 3.
So you managed to succeed on your con save, so you take no further effects, but you have to make another Constitution save to keep your concentration.
Ah, I thought this was for my concentration.
Oh no, this is because they're
Okay. What was the first one
Glaive.
for then?
because their glaive makes bleeding wounds if you fail a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, I'm going to stand behind
I
the
want one of
elephant.
those. I want to take the sharp bit off and just use it as a dagger.
Okay, so they managed to break your concentration on Bane. Next is Grifcash.
So,
Wail and then charge.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Yeah,
you're
I'm-
hasted,
I'm-
right?
I'm hasted. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what's the smartest thing to do. Ah, goddammit! I'll just use it for the lords.
Just smack this guy once, and then if you can move to here.
No. I'll need my second action for that. So I will activate my sphere of tiny fat draconic cherubs.
Oh, you actually prepared it today. Nice. Okay.
The Chuckle Sphere.
So that's why I was testing my aura before.
Nice. Okay.
And then
Or
I
area of effect.
Exactly. Then I will booming blade mace the dude in front of me for my second action.
Second
And-
action is
Ooh.
without booming blade.
Okay, but then this
Because
it doesn't hit anyway, so
Yeah. Booming blade is a cantrip, so that's to cost a spell action.
okay.
Korn's
So-
not having very good luck with his D20s.
Okay, so
Should become a halfling.
Spirit Guardians is when they enter the area or start their turn. Okay.
And then I will move here, and because I'm still in his combat range, I should still
You can
be. I shouldn't
move one
catch an
further
attack of
down.
opportunity.
You
Indeed.
can't. Oh, yeah. But you can move one further along in
Ah,
those directions because he has a 10-foot range because he's in a glaive.
right.
Correct.
That's an idea.
And now you cover most of the exit.
Just pile on the areas
So-
of effect.
That is how you play D&D.
Someone should take a screenshot. Someone who is not me, because I have all the HP
I have a
values on it.
screenshot taken.
Yeah,
Okay. So, next.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 auras. Or area of
Once
effects.
I caught a fish alive.
What's Altar's aura?
Oh, he has aura of protection. Well, let me see. Whenever Ontar or anyone within his aura makes a saving throw, they have +3 to the saving throw.
Oh, so I did get +3 to both my Constitution saving throws.
Were you in his aura when that
It was
happened?
when I left his melee
Yes.
range, so that was
Okay.
around here.
Okay, in that case, you don't lose concentration on your spell.
Haha.
Was this one and this one, right?
Yes, those two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had to step into the aura to get around Darius, and that would have, and then the next one would have provoked it when she was leaving it.
Okay. So
Ah.
the Mazaloth is
Hungry.
Someone forgot their Snickers.
Mazaloth is partly tired of this, so he's casting another spell. Given the fact that at this moment you cannot see him at all, you cannot make an Arcana check to see what he's casting.
It's okay. He
Well,
can't see any of us either.
We'll pray for Krivkash because he's the only one outside of the spell thing.
Can we give
He
him
can't
your
see any of us, therefore he can't target us. Because most spells are on a position.
Oh yeah, a
you
lot
can
of
see.
spells are only things you can see.
Yes, I am very well aware of that. But what he actually cast was Dispel Magic.
Ah, he does the web thing or the Hunger of Hadar again.
He removed
Oh, wait.
the web. Oh, Darius usefully already rolled for damage on that, so I'm going to subtract. you.
Slurp Sphere is an awesome spell.
Is Slurp Sphere also difficult terrain? I think that's right.
It seems like it would be.
Okay, but
Have you got the cast?
It
Cast
is,
throw the
yes.
spell into the chat.
It is indeed difficult terrain.
okay. What's his speed? 40 feet. Okay, so he gets up to here, which is just out of the Slurp Sphere.
Cursed.
And gets
That's
attacked by
already
tiny
used.
draconic cherubs.
Right, makes a wisdom save. Because we need more save. It's 3d8.
I misclicked.
Yeah. Okay, wisdom save. Is an 8. Although, wait. Actually, he only gets up to here because as soon as he enters the Spirit Guardian's area, his speed is halved, which means he can't move anymore.
So at the moment, because he's having to move through the difficult terrain, it's ported.
Well, not. It's a bit more difficult than that because The moment
I'll
he
cost 10
enters,
foot of movement.
the moment he enters it, his speed is halved, which means that he has already moved more than his current speed.
So he has
But
big
as soon as he moves out of it again, he would regain that speed. So it's a bit more complicated than just 2 times difficult terrain. Okay, so
So what you're saying is I need to roll another time for Hunger of Hadar.
Yes.
yeah, for the staying inside.
Oh yeah, at the end.
Okay, takes radiant damage from the thingy, makes another dex save. I don't make attack rolls anymore, only dex saves.
Oh, we like it.
Okay,
Crowd control.
good to know. Rolls a 13 on his saving throw.
Crap would have loved this.
Darius.
Which one are you going to push further back in?
Well, the only
Obviously
one
the
that's
mage.
outside of it. Nah, the only one that's
Oh.
outside of it.
Yep.
I'm going to make sure I don't punt him directly into Crypt Cache.
Move only 1 foot over, and then you'll punt him towards Crypt Cache so he's within melee range of Crypt Cache.
Alright.
He's currently in Crypt Cache is a melee range of him, but he is not within melee range of Crypt Cache.
Well,
Okay, your
He might be dead.
first blast hits and presumably pushes him 10 foot backwards.
indeed.
The second one, he just manages to dodge. So he ends up close to Krivkash, but still outside of the Room of Doom.
The murder hole.
He's still,
The Contra murder hole.
Yeah.
okay, and it was already inside the Spirit Guardian, so that doesn't change anything there.
What crack
So-
of despair.
Now he starts inside the Spirit Guardian.
Yeah, so roll damage for the Spirit Guardian. Makes a Wisdom saving throw.
Jeez.
4.
There you go, that's how you roll.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Manages to make his saving throw, so takes only half damage, which is still 8.
And he had
Nine.
minus
Nine.
4,
Nine.
minus d4.
Yeah, he
9.
rolled 19 minus 3.
These guys
Yeah,
are
so his
freaking
health
high.
is, he loses 9.5 damage.
Yeah, they always round down.
Yes, so not 8, like you said.
Right. Moth, how does it work on a Saturday? So,
And to think there are RPG rule sets where they want you to do logarithms.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah,
sounds
it's okay though. It has a lookup table.
like that doesn't make it any better, but okay. So, I think this is the first enemy that actually gets an action to do stuff. So he's going to attack the convenient nearest target, being Krivkash. First with its beard and then with its glaive. Rolling an impressive 8 and 18, so neither of them managed to make any dent in your armor.
You
wall has
dare
spoken.
touching me!
The wall has spoken. You shall not have a turn.
Well, your AC is currently 22, so yeah. Rhea is going
Alright.
to
I have you more AC.
Rhea is going to do what she does best: fire her longbow.
Shoot the mage.
That's
Focus
really
out
the
to
only one
shoot
she
the
can
mage.
see because we can't see the ones
She
in
can
the.
see the other one outside as well, the one beside Crypt Cache.
Well, she's firing at the one next to Krivkash because she can't see this one either. He's inside
Yeah.
the thingy,
Oh.
so otherwise she would have disadvantage on the attack. So, one next to Krivkash takes another arrow, taking 7 piercing damage.
Fuck. Well, that ruins my plan for my turn, which was going to be a magic missile on a target I can see within range.
Kath
Really
is
should
going
drop
to
haste.
insult the one next to Krivkash.
What's he saying?
I don't know, you can tell me what he's saying.
I have to look up my list of insults.
Is he a dwarf?
A gnome.
A gnome. Let's just
Good enough.
pretend he's got a thick enough Scottish accent we can't tell what he's saying.
Okay.
Devil fails his saving throw, takes 4 psychic damage.
He doesn't know what was said, but he's hurt by it.
He Nambles ain't gonna take this, wee man.
What? Please repeat, slower.
Oh, that ruins the effect.
Okay, so the Vor takes cold damage from the slurp sphere. Makes a wisdom saving throw indeed. Wisdom save. Actually rolls a 19 on his wisdom save, so only takes 6 radiant damage. So currently his movement is... this is complicated. Moves as far as his movement allows him, which is this far. And is going to... He's not terribly happy with all of this, so he's going to attack Krivkash 4 times, 2 times with his tentacles, and then 2 times with his claws.
Well,
I think we just made a new priority target. Can he
But,
see Krivkash being inside the sphere
yeah.
and all?
Oh
And
yeah,
we
he has
can't see
blind
him, he
sight.
can't see us.
But he has blind sight.
He has blind sight, so actually he has advantage on his attacks because Krivkash can't see him, but he can see Krivkash.
No!
Do you have a shield of faith?
I'm not active, but I'm already at +2 AC.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, so his first attack is 27.
Oh!
The fuck?
So unless Gisela wants to shout something,
For 27 though.
okay, you take 11 piercing damage, which is
I'll reduce that one, the damage.
okay, and reduce the damage.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
that's my wall.
So you take only 6 piercing damage.
You know, if you'd rolled that against his 2 hit, that would have made his AC the same as the attack roll.
Which would
Wait.
still be a hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So ties go to the aggressor.
Did you already take damage before, Krivkash?
Yeah, he was on 30 from 38. For
Yeah,
some reason.
I wasn't 30 because it was hurt from last time.
Okay. You are also grappled.
So can I use Vengeful Assault when I'm grappled?
Correction, you are grappled and restrained. You can, but you have disadvantage because you're restrained.
Oof.
But you have
That's not
disadvantage anyway because you can't see him.
It's not going to get better anyway. And I have to activate Booming Blade to deactivate it.
Wait. Quick thing. You can drop a spell at any time, right?
You can end the spell at any time, yes.
Would it make sense for Darius to drop the Hunger of Hadar spell?
Not with the other 2 we can
There's-
get wounds
Okay.
on.
He's still inside it, so he's going to take damage on the end of
Okay.
his turn.
Got it.
It's also keeping the wizard from doing anything useful.
Okay, 17 still hits. So you give him a whack on his thick carapace, but it's not enough to put him down, so he's going to attack another time with his tentacles.
Man, that's tentacle rape right here.
But these slam into your shield and don't make it through. But then he slashes you twice with his claws. 26 and a 24 to hit. Kath is going to use his cutting words against the second one, which is a d8. Rolls a 6, so that's just enough to make the second one miss. So you take 8 slashing damage from the first claw attack.
That hurts.
Yes, because
I
his
was already
weapon
reduced
attacks...
to 8.
Well, this is one of the
Slashing,
rare
you said.
creatures. This is one of the rare creatures with magical weapon attacks. So this is one of the few that your feat doesn't work against.
Okay.
Okay, and he ends his turn and takes damage from the thing.
Jeez.
Dex save is a 20. And Krivka, now standing very close, might notice that he does not seem particularly perturbed by acid.
Okay.
You fell down, did you, K1?
Do I have anything for that? Probably not. Alright, I have concentration, and I should probably roll on that.
What are you? Oh, right. Yeah, you
The
should.
aura.
So that's
What was that?
two Constitution saving throws. Yeah.
Did he get
Should
the
there a
damage
dropping
from the?
inside?
Did he get the damage because he was in the Spirit Guardian's aura? I don't see a roll for that.
They did not get a roll against that, you're right.
I think I see
Oh wait, yes he did.
Handler
Yeah.
of Hador and Krivkash rolling a 3d8.
Yep. And he got
So
a
he-
13.
The 3d8 was for the Spirit Guardians.
Yeah, and
Okay.
and he made a Wisdom saving throw and rolled a 16 on it or
Okay.
something.
See,
19,
Hunger
right.
Radar is multi-purpose. It's good for turn markers.
Yeah. Although I'm surprised that I didn't add the murder aura of Krivkash to his character sheet.
The murder aura.
Spirit Guardians.
Yeah.
I just
The chuckle cloud.
it outputs a spell card. Okay. Well, anyway. So, Krivkash, a 9 and a 6 is not enough, so he loses concentration on the Spirit Guardians.
Aw.
No! Our pets.
No more fat dragon cherubs.
So, the next bearded devil starts in the Hunger of Hadar. Takes cold damage.
They can move completely out of this without issue.
20 and then has another 10 foot of movement. Moves up to here, I guess. Also attacks Krivkash because that's all the rage these days. With a 14 and a 24 to hit. So first, the beard does not manage to get through your armor, but the glaive finds one of the spots on the elbow, and you take 11 minus 3 slashing damage, so 8.
Oof.
Ouch.
I know you
Make
take a constitution roll.
You already
Constitution
failed the
saving
con.
throw.
Yeah.
Nope.
Ooh.
But you fail.
Okay. And your elbow starts to bleed
Oh no.
fairly
Profusely.
heavily.
Profusely. Shit. Someone give him a healing spell.
What's Omtar going to do? Omtar is going to move up next to Krivkash. Well, for some values of next to. Actually, first going to stop by here. Going to slap Krivkash with a second level Cure Wounds.
Oh, he's a cleric.
He's a paladin.
Ah, paladin.
Oh.
Okay.
Is this a lay on hands?
No, this is just a Cure Wounds.
So he's not using a fondle slot.
Which makes Krivkash regain 11 hit points.
And I'm assuming he
Nice.
stops bleeding too.
Which means he indeed stops bleeding because it's magical healing.
Can we keep him?
And then move up to here. Clink.
Pink doesn't have a lot of options right now. Against this one, Ray of Frost.
This
Well.
one, right?
Wow.
Yep. You have now seen what death looks like.
Okay, the thunder damage does not need to be added to a Ray of Frost, but
Correct.
No, that's a blizzard.
Blade. That was booming blade.
Booming blade on Rail Frost. Love it.
It's a
Remember
25
the-
cold damage.
25 cold damage is more than enough, so your Ray of Frost hits him while he is distracted. And,
Clink raises his finger, looks at it really confused, and says, "Why don't you do this normally?"
so
The
even
middle
though,
finger of death.
even though he's resistant to cold, he freezes, topples over, and several shards break off him.
And then Clink, being Clink, will do nothing else.
Okay, Mac.
I don't like the idea that my mobile cover is getting killed, so I'm going to give myself advantage. I am going to hit the other guy I can see
Okay.
and hope I don't roll ones.
I don't think you rolled a one. Okay, so that's
He rolled a 1. In the middle of the 20 is a 1.
Yeah.
And in the 13 is also a 1.
okay.
Wow,
It's too wide.
that sharpshooter was almost maxed, or sneak attack, sorry. 6, 6, and 1. Jeez.
That's how you roll.
Yeah.
So, despite being pretty healthy still, you manage to shoot your bolt into his forehead. It exits again at the back, and he just falls over.
Matt can't be outdone by Clink just pointing at someone and turning him into an ice cube.
Well, to be fair, if Clink didn't clear the way for that second guy, I probably would have hit the first one instead.
Yeah. Which would have been waste.
Okay, next. Lulu is going to move a bit sideways to cover just one person more, I guess.
Good call.
She's just dancing a bit in the air. Yeah, battle, yeah.
Yeah, Tritala.
I get rid of some of my status effects. The reaction and the sun boards. And then, because I can't see him, I think the only thing I can do is butterfly beam.
Quite possibly so. Which one of the two are you attacking?
Oh, and my concentration is also gone because they're all dead.
Quick question.
Oh, the big one. The big one.
This might actually help. Even though Krivkash is restrained and grappled, Can he try and do like a strength check to like pull the big guy halfway out of the Hunger of Hadar, so that he is still taking damage from the Slurp Sphere, but also allows us to see him?
Yeah, I
For
was
that,
thinking
Krivka
about
should first have to grapple him.
Okay,
back.
I wasn't sure. Okay. Because I was wondering if he could, if it might be better if we if Giselle held her attack until she could see him.
Possibly. Gisela, you should have.
Oh yeah,
attacked
they
with
were
disadvantage.
disadvantage. Should I just roll twice again?
Yeah, so let's take that for the first attack.
Let's say these two together or one attack, and then
Roll again with
roll the other one.
disadvantage.
Yeah, like this.
Okay, your two beams fly into the darkness and you don't hear anything being hit.
Yeah, 14 and 15 is too low.
Kivkash.
So I am being held. So I use my first action trying to break free,
I want to break free.
and I don't. And I use my bonus action to protect myself with a Shield of Faith for some extra 2 AC.
What does that bring you up to? Like 24?
24.
Damn.
And then, did I hear earlier correctly that we basically took a short rest between the last combat and now?
No,
No.
between the
No.
combat before that and now.
Okay. Oh. Then I don't have a breath weapon. Okay. So then I will do what I can do and mace the big guy with disadvantage.
Indeed. 11 does not hit, so you slam into the darkness, but don't hit whatever is holding you.
Can't I hit his fucking tentacle that I can see? I mean, he's holding me somehow.
Well, then it would involve hitting yourself. This might not be the best idea.
Well, if Darius
probably
can
be
somehow,
easier.
if Darius can somehow knock him back. Actually, yeah, if Darius used his knockback and say he did happen to hit the big guy and uses his knockback, does that automatically free Krivkash from the?
I think that pulls Krivkash along.
I think we had this question a few back, and I think I decided that I would give the grappler a saving throw against Darius's spell DC, and if he fails it, he releases it and the grapple, and otherwise Krivkash is pulled along.
Got it.
And then the same in a possible reversed situation for you guys.
Wait. So let me get this straight. Darius could try and do like a push, and if that fails, he could then try and do a pull.
What?
Never mind.
He has to either push or pull. If he does both, they just stay in place.
Well, he's got 2 attacks. If he does like a push first, and if he realizes, oh crap, I pushed Krivkash into the Slurp Sphere, it does a pull to try and pull both of them back
I
out.
think you have to decide first.
Oh.
Yeah,
Um,
the beams are
They're simultaneous.
coincidental.
Oh,
yeah.
got it. Okay, so it's not. They're at the same
Impulsive
time.
shock, that's shoving.
The question I have is, can I make a reactionless drive by getting myself grappled and then just inchworm along the place?
What? I'm confused. So,
Okay, so let's say I got grappled by something,
yeah,
and then I shot it and pushed it away from myself, but I'm still grappled, so I go along with it anyway.
yes. Yes,
Basically,
you are
moving
indeed
yourself.
breaking physics that way, but it's magic, so it can break physics, that's okay.
Dean drive.
But I have no Darius drive.
The Darius car, powered by Darius shooting Eldritch Blast at the car he's in.
Yes.
It's like those cartoons when you see someone on a raft and they like blow into the sail to move them along.
Exactly.
Anyway, so that's Krivkash's turn. Then the Metaloth. Indeed starts by taking damage from the hunger of Hadar. Let's see what else can he do. He's going to use his action to cast another spell, which sadly bodes the end of the Slurp Sphere,
Curses.
because it's another Dispel magic.
I need to get me a 4th level Surf Sphere.
Oh well, the acid damage wasn't doing anything to the big guy anyway, so...
Yeah.
What does a 4th
They're
level
also-
Slurp Sphere do?
Then he
It
would
would
at
be-
least need a
Yeah.
ability check to dispel it instead of just working automatically.
Oh,
Like dispel magic and counter spell work automatically if the spell you're removing is the same level or lower, and otherwise they need a check.
It actually doesn't seem to scale any at higher levels.
No, which is odd because it's a warlock only spell, so you would
Yeah.
expect it to. But yeah, and uses his movement to get. He's fine here. Okay, Darius.
Alright, I am torn. Do I go single target or get both of them?
Both of them.
Very well.
Clink has spoken.
Shatter on the both of them.
Okay. Oh boy. So,
jeez.
2 Constitution saving throws.
The wizard will fail.
Being an 18 and a 21.
Oh,
Heresy.
Nevertheless, still 12 thunder damage for each of them,
I'll leave him.
12.
which they are.
The higher level cast.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh, there is number 3. Okay.
yeah, 25 divided by 2, so that's 12. And they are not resistant to thunder, so that's full damage. Which is your turn, I think.
Yes.
Rhea is going to fire her longbow at the big one.
The wizard. Shoot the wizard.
She already hit the big one with a 21 to hit, dealing 12 piercing damage. Kath is going.
Please, shoot the wizard.
What spell is he still concentrating on?
Haste on Krivkash.
Ah, okay. Gets his reaction back.
Gets his reaction back indeed, and is going to insult someone. Because bards. And Hex handily gives me her list with convenient insults. So the cat shouts, "What's the difference between a troll and your mother? One's a stinking, ugly monster, and the other one is a troll." Toward this one, and he makes.
I mean, what is a monster in this context?
Anyway. Wisdom saving throw. Failed it, takes 5 psychic damage. Whoa, my map passes out again.
I think it's mostly insulted by the included racism in the statement, not
Possibly
by the
so.
insult itself.
Then the Vor is going to lash out another tentacle at Ontar, who also is running up to him. First attack misses. Second attack also misses. So he then decides to, misses because Ontar is wearing plate armor. So, and then decides to instead claw Krivkash twice again.
You're cold? Why don't you go and put some
Okay.
clothes on then?
First one is a 26 to hit, and the second one is a critical hit.
Oh,
Damn.
jeez.
I don't
God
like
damn it.
that.
Does Gisela want to
What is he going against Ontar?
against Krivkash?
So against a 24?
Yeah,
What were the attacks?
Yes, definitely.
26, and the second is a critical hit.
Okay, against 26, yes, I try and block it. And I fail!
That's okay.
That was my last inspiration.
Okay. In that case, Krivkash takes a combined 33 slashing damage.
Holy crap.
No.
No!
And now we have tough
I'm going.
Krivkash.
I'm going to yoink the critical with my sacrificial ward.
Okay.
So how much damage is the?
The first attack was 14, and the critical hit was 19.
All right, I'll take the 19 less. $13.
So
And
your
I
action.
roll my concentration.
It's enough. Yeah, it's 10 or half the damages, whichever is high.
Your voice is hardly coming through on my
Yeah.
speaker.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to lower my threshold a bit then, I guess. So, you make your concentration save and are left standing with 5 hit points thanks to Darius' sacrificial ward, which also uses his reaction.
Yes. I'm helping.
You are
Yes.
indeed.
You are
The
helping.
first thing you're doing all combat.
Yes, one more.
Ontap moves up to the thing. I'm going to move this one out of the way. And is going to slash it twice with his great sword.
Does Ontar's aura also work on enemies? Like, do they gain advantage from it?
No, it's only friendly creatures.
Okay.
It's oh yeah.
It's a bit
Yes.
stupid to have a melee character who has an aura that gives
Yeah.
it enemy advantage.
Not this auras really work on friendly characters.
Did your Discord switch which microphone it's using?
I don't think so.
Are you
Sounds
sitting
like it's
further away
around.
than usual?
It's my normal microphone, so it should work normally.
Okay, it's sounding better now.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, Ontar tries to slash the dwarf with his great sword, but both strikes will not manage to get to the thick parapets. Okay.
Against the wizard. Oh,
Okay, that's not a hit. So your ray of frost bursts upon the castle wall, and the metal of
the masonry falls down and kills them.
it's a bit more sturdy than that, I'm afraid. Mac,
Okay, so what I'm seeing is that we need to either get Krivkash out of there, or we need to heal him up. Should I try and do what I can to save him, or shall I track the guys?
Kill the big guy.
He's got a lot of health left.
Well, that's why we all have to target him, I
he
guess.
does. Yeah, he actually took quite a few hits already by now. So
Okay. Then I
You
will...
just have to roll a critical.
And And he has 4 attacks each time, so if
Good
I
point.
take him
Oppose
out,
my fumble.
Okay, then I'm going to give myself advantage. I'm going to use my scatter shot, my last burst of scatter shot, and attack the big guy twice and see which one is going to be if any's higher. So.
Crit.
Okay, and second hit on him.
Miss.
second is not
And
going
the for the sneak attack on the crit.
to. It's purple, that's green, and red together is purple, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't believe in purple. It's just blue.
So that
Or
means
blue,
I did
yeah.
I
what?
said that's
Green,
orange.
green and blue.
47 damage to the big guy.
Okay. Nice. So, your arrow manages to find a weak crevasse in its carapace, and with a loud crack, it bursts through, leaving him falling over, leaking dirty and stinking oozes onto the ground. And his tentacles also lose grip on Krivkash.
I'm imagining a tentacle is left on Krivkash, but the body's no longer attached.
Like the whole body just exploded away from me, and I'm leaving. I'm standing there, covered in blood,
Hopefully
covered in
you're...
tentacles.
Hey, look, now,
Yes!
now Krivkash has a keep snake.
Oh god.
Squid's back on the menu, boys.
Okay, that's your turn. So Lulu is going to stay there. Gisela,
Actually, wait. Lulu moves here.
does
Yeah,
she?
and he has one more.
Yes, because it gives us one more.
No, one
Move
to the
up
top.
one.
Oh, right. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
one to the right
absolutely.
and
Oh,
one
right.
up.
Okay.
Yeah.
There.
There you go.
One to the top,
Jesus.
one to the right, one to the left.
Okay, 2 butterfly beams to the one that's left.
Hey, has this weird elf person done anything this entire fight?
But he's not a, no, he's not a fighter. He's just
Oh,
a
yeah, that's
commoner.
just.
Oh, that's the
the
common that
druid.
followed us.
Well,
Yeah.
he's a druid, but he's not a fighting druid. He's the kind of druid that lives on a farm and grows cabbages.
We could have
got
gotten a
it
cabbage
first.
in the hot farm.
Would you describe him a hedge wizard?
Possibly so, depending on the type of hedge. Okay, both your blasts of eldritchness hit the Mazalot, who does not seem to be terribly pleased with this.
I stick out my tongue at him and go stand a little bit closer to the elephant.
Get revenge, Krivkash.
You
I
are
look-
still standing.
Look at the wizard with crazed eyes, covered in blood.
He can gain the level of barbarian.
He channels his inner Krat.
Wrath is with us in spirit.
You should actually give him a level of barbarian.
Not so stoic now, are you, Dragonborn cleric?
And amaze him twice.
Oh my god.
Fucking booming blades.
Okay. Okay, both of those hit. So running up forward, screaming, you smack him twice with your booming blade. He's still standing, but he does not look terribly happy with all this smacking going on. So on his turn, he's going to slash his claws into you. Does not manage to get through your plate.
I look at the dent in my plate. Look at him.
And then stick to you with his trident with a 24 to hit.
God
which
damn it.
is literally literally just hit unless one of the two bars interrupts him.
My inspiration is gone.
Okay, then Cat is going to interrupt him, which means the attack misses.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because he only needs to miss by 1.
Yeah, I didn't roll. There's no need. Darius.
Finish him.
You know what time it is.
Is it Slurp Sphere time?
No, I don't have any more of those. Alas.
Also a bit of a waste for one enemy that's already almost gone.
Okay. You blast him twice. Are you pushing him or just?
No, I'm going to pull him with one of them.
Okay.
Just for fun.
Yoink.
Because of course I can only pull once.
Yeah. He is pulled towards you, still standing but barely.
You get your reaction back, Darius.
I do.
And Rhea takes the opportunity to shoot him through the chest, which is enough to make him fall over as well.
She's a fucking kill steal is what she is.
No, Darius is setting her up with a skeet. He yoinked him into the air and she shot him out of the air.
Yes.
Pull! Okay. Kaylin
Things
is
are-
not happy,
Things are lovely here.
I hear.
So,
Can we do a bio break now?
Yeah.
so. And
Clink goes up to the mage and has a bio break down its throat.
And I take a nap as the haste wears off. With the last,
Yeah.
with the last yell, I just go stiff and follow on my back and stay there until I'm better.
It's like a sugar crash after you've had too much.
A
Luckily,
sugar
it's only 6
crack.
seconds.
A sugar crack.
6 seconds sugar crash, yeah.
Okay, I'm taking a bio.
I'm getting coffee. Because that's what I do on a bio break.
Like, why are you laughing?
It amuses me.
Slurpy. He's Slurpy, which is similar to Derpy, but
this as well.
more damage. Question: does Slurp Sphere hurt yourself?
It has no IFF.
Right, that's a shame that it hurts the caster too, because it would be hilarious to walk into a tavern and go, "You're not locked in here. Oh, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me." Cast it, and then use your rogue levels that you prepared earlier and stealth in the now dark environment. And
Yeah, it just says
slip away
any
at people.
creature. Wait, isn't there
So
a
all you have to
wizard?
do is not be a creature.
Yeah. Isn't there a wizard thing for like spell shaping or something?
I think that's more sorcerer. I think that's the
Is
big
it?
magic stuff. I think.
Okay.
I have no idea. I don't pay enough attention to things that aren't useful to me. Oh, there is the evocation one, but it's only on evocation spells. In which case you can pick who you hit, which is mostly used for fireball. That was the route I was going to go with Clink, but I got talked into illusion. I'm not sure I should have let myself be done with that, because evocation and being able to fireball on Krivkash's feet would be quite useful. Because then I could pick who got hurt by my AoE, like Thunderwave.
Okay, that sounds useful. Especially in your case.
I don't out with Thunderwave specifically because that's not evocation, I don't believe. But for the most part, yeah, would be quite useful. But it was also quite high level. She's getting her cow milk.
I'm back.
The moo.
Oh, she's such a funny little girl. In the last 3 weeks, I have had 4 days of work, and now I return to work tomorrow. I am not happy.
You have my
Seems like a great
condolences.
scan.
You really do have my condolences.
At least I'll be working from home because I can't be asked going into work.
Well, that's a good idea, certainly.
Well, given the fact that he's in New Zealand, it's less important than
Oh.
here.
Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that he's living.
Everyone else forgets. And we forget everyone else's disease, and everyone else forgets we're not.
Well, the law of the exceptions, I guess.
Even Australia keeps getting the diseases back because of idiots. And they had eliminated it for a little bit, for like a week at a time there. And then they got rid of it again for another week, and then it came back again. Because I mean, when you're waiting for results, do you go on a restaurant crawl along a busy beach? And then
Obvious.
go to the beach?
Well, it
Affecting
sounds
pretty much everyone.
like the logical thing to do, doesn't it?
Yeah, Australia.
Wow.
But yeah, so there's 1 or 2 assholes in Australia who keep ruining it for everyone else. You need some more cow milk. Are you gonna ask nicely and not whiny? She did ask nicely and not whining apparently. Oh, when the fuck did the wife put a whole bunch of butter on a chopping board?
So, what was the name of that tentacle thing? I'm going to have add a new flaw to my character.
A VOR.
Bless you, could you please write that out?
I did.
Ah,
VOOR.
Is that thing a
Not
captain, by the way?
VORE.
No, it's not VORE.
Is it a captain, by the way? Just asking.
A what?
A captain.
A captain? No, it's
Yeah,
not
okay.
a captain. It's not a captain. There are no pirates here.
Oh, that's a
Okay.
bit of a shame. This pirate ain't like the others. He's a VOR.
I think
Actually, that
I'm
could
missing
almost be a fun
kind of reference.
No, you're not.
I'm missing.
There
I'm
was no
missing
reference
Silver's
there.
reference. I'm certainly
There was no
missing
reference
Silver's.
there, I was just being silly.
As per usual, eh?
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I was thinking of Warframe. So.
That's only one
Warframe.
arrow.
Okay. Okay,
No,
that one's new. That one's new. That one's
that's a different game.
Please, master,
Yeah.
return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
Yes, exactly that.
That sounds more like the Doomslayer in Warframe, to be honest.
Well, to be honest, that code isn't even from your character. It's from your ship.
Well, yes, but if the Doomslayer was there, that's exactly what it would say. Please, Master, come back, covered in their entrails. It's funny because he has a fat belly. Wait, is that a mouth on his dick?
What?
What?
Look at his crotch. There's like a hole there. Is that a mouth? This seems just like a
I
crotch
certainly
mouth.
hope not. What is wrong?
It is covered in mouth, so he has a point.
I do not want to think about this point.
He has a bunch of consuming themes.
Oh, you know what?
So.
You know what? That's a female. It's just has that belly is not fat. That's tit. It's
What?
just really droopy tits.
I get an interesting time.
As usual, Magus. As usual, I guess.
Mating clamps.
What have I done?
Okay,
No.
I
A
think
good
that-
thing.
I think that's everyone back then.
I see Hex still muted.
Yeah, but
I'm here,
I
no problem.
I know for a fact that she's here because I can see her. So okay. In which case, the fight ends as you take a breather, short breather. Ontar slaps slaps Krivkash with 20 points of lay on hand. So Krivkash regains 20 hit points. And then urges you forward because there's more inside the castle.
On we go.
On we go.
Onward.
So move up until you get about here, and then I'll describe the thingy
No
when.
more inspiration, but we go on.
My heart will
Come
go
on, Protector
on.
Elephant, come with me.
Yes,
Yeah.
come on, fellow elephant.
She's coming with you, but the roll 20 is being a bit slow because for me it calculates what everyone can see. Because that is a normal and logical thing, way to implement things.
I'm gonna need to zoom out.
And now there's another 3 wars.
We're
That
leaving
moment
Gui
when the-
behind, he is safer there.
That moment when the mini boss becomes the normal enemy way too quickly.
Yeah.
So that's Doom, the new Doom Eternal, where the Marauder is a mini boss one map, and then the very next map he comes in as a regular enemy with the same abilities,
Which one?
but he's still just as hard to kill. The Marauder in
Oh, yeah.
Doom Eternal.
Screw the
Is
Marauder.
this already inside the high hall?
Or
Oh,
is this
this
the
is still-
courtyard?
Yeah, this is the courtyard. So Clink is staying behind apparently.
I see.
Yep,
I
Clink
see
hasn't
three.
been paying attention.
I see 3 devils already. I don't
Clink was
know
assuming
if
those
I'm
doors were
supposed
still
to
shut.
see them, but
Maybe we can negotiate. Maybe we can be like, hey, we killed all your friends. Do you really want to fight us?
Well, so what you see as you enter the courtyard is you see indeed a few spined devils flapping around the tower of the High Hall Cathedral, which is this building over here.
Mac is
It's large.
getting flashbacks to the
Coming out.
murder hallway.
This large building is the cathedral, and there are all the way in the south some spined devils flapping around the tower and seemingly shooting their spines against people who are firing arrows at them from inside. You see just the back of a Maragon disappear into the building over here.
I see 2 others through the windows as well.
There are. For keeping this map somewhat reasonable, I didn't add any doors.
Okay.
So, you see a Maragon disappear into this building, and you hear some sounds coming from inside this building. And most importantly, possibly, you see that the door to the high hall is over here.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you hear and see the door slam shut behind someone or something. At which point Ontar or Kath probably points out that the people are probably holed up in the catacombs underneath the high hall for safety. You also see a great number of tents on the courtyard and several items laying around as if they have been dropped in the middle of people doing things like cooking and stuff. As if they had been abandoned in a hurry.
Clink looks at the mess and goes, well, I don't really want to deal with this today. Why don't we just go find a place and have a nap?
I can hit them from here.
Then everyone here is dead. We're not going to do that because we are the heroes.
We've already killed the big one. These little ones are small. The knights here can deal with those.
The little ones are small.
You go napping your own, you cowards, and we go on and save everyone.
Clink's not a coward. Clink is just understandably not willing to murder himself.
Well, stay at the back and use your ranged attacks.
Fine. Fine. Ugh. Make things difficult with you and your goody two-shoesness.
And Krat may be here.
Krat's not here. Krat would have broken down those doors. You know that.
Well,
These
we
doors
already
are not broken
encountered the
down.
We already encountered the broken door. We just passed it.
But the rest of them aren't broken, and we know Krat wouldn't have stopped one.
We can just as well check it out.
Okay, so what are you doing?
I can hit them all from here.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
let's just sit here and wait for them to die from
just wait until Mac has finished them all off.
Oh, the ones you can currently see have not noticed you yet, so you may be able to sneak somewhere to take just on one group if you want to.
No, fuck it, let's do them all. Let's just,
Well,
Matt,
I think-
you're
I
on
think
murder
one
duty.
group-
The rest
one
of us
group
will
at a
cover you
time.
when they get closer.
We can go stand over here, that's also covered. That's more covered than where we're standing now.
I just have to stand behind Krivkash.
Clink is going to pop one of his potions of healing. That's 1d8 plus 1, right?
2d4 plus 2,
Oh,
I
wait.
think.
I think I have a... Do I have a healing potion? I don't have a healing potion first.
Did you take any
2d4
damage?
plus 2. Yeah, Clink's on 14 of 22 hit points.
Oh, okay.
That was from the last fight.
It's 2d4 plus 2, I think, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, what was that about knowing how to roll there, Silver?
That's okay, Clink doesn't need that many.
Hey, look, that's half your HP.
That is exactly. Clink is pretty good at these things.
Oh, might want to bring Huey closer to us because I think it's calculating all the shadows back where he is.
Oh, if you're going to leave him behind, I'm just going to move him
Yeah, that's what I meant.
over to the DM layer, I think. Or just, yeah, so he's...
Yeah, probably best. We got enough PCs at this, or good guys over here as it is.
Yeah. So, what are you doing?
I would try to do one group at a time. And let Mac shoot them from very far.
Let's just all stealth and let Mac shoot them from stealth, and he can go back into stealth after shooting them, and then they won't know where it's being shot from.
Bontar would also have mentioned that the entrance to the catacombs he just mentioned is inside the high hall.
Well, we do have a little bit of a pinch point here. We could set up, I don't know, some traps or something.
Set up a tiny hut.
We are traps.
Oh wait, these are...
Oh yes, Clink. Clink is willing to set up a tiny hut if we have 10 minutes to wait.
Do we have 10 minutes though? By then they might have broken in the high
Clink
hall.
starts ritual casting tiny hut, and we'll see how long it takes.
Well, you just saw a group of devils enter the high hall where the entrance to the catacombs is, where Bontar noted that the people are probably, so...
We want to save them.
Yeah.
Okay, Mac, go and shoot one.
Well, okay,
Actually,
if we
how
sneak...
about-
If we end up trying to sneak to the entrance, can we actually do it with this having pretty much no cover?
Well, currently the only group who might be able to see you are the Maragons, who are currently going inside, so they can't see you anymore. And
Alright, that
the
sounds like a plan.
spined devils could probably see you, but they are still a way away, so you might be able
And they're
to
all
shoot
they're
them
distracted anyway, fighting the guys inside. So, Clink rolls stealth. We're gonna stealth in.
Okay.
Do we have
Clink's not
Krivkash?
gonna stealth in.
Do we have Krivkash Jr. who might be able to do some reconnaissance if there might be another way in?
Yeah.
But we might just ask Ontar because
Good
he
point.
knows it's here.
No, the only way into the catacombs is via the...
Oh, look at Matt
I-
carrying it all.
He is a rogue.
Okay,
Sneaking is his shtick.
we are doing the stealthy rolls.
We're going to zigzag through the tents to stay hidden.
We will attempt to zigzag through the tents to stay hidden.
Yes. Yes.
I also need to make a couple of stealth checks then.
Yes. Clink will also be trying to loot the tents of anything that looks particularly valuable. Or shiny.
While we're as fast as we can stealthing through them.
That's
It's
what
also
sleight of
stealing
hand
them.
rolls are for. That's what sleight of hand rolls are for.
Okay, I rolled three 10s and a 12. Did everyone roll? I'm
No, we're missing one.
Need corn with disadvantage roll.
Nope.
Ouch. I don't think I can carry that much.
I'm
Yes, you
also-
can.
I have 5 players and I only see 4 rolls. Who am I missing?
You're not.
Clink.
There's a 9, a 7, an 18, a 29, and a 5.
Didn't see Clink's because it didn't put his icon next to it. So we have a 9, a 7, an 18, a 29, a 12, a 10, a 10, a 10.
This is
And
just
five.
going to end up with a 10.
Divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9
9?
is
9.
12.
See? We got carried.
Okay, good to know.
Alright, let's wander. Would you mind just moving us as a whole group exactly in the
Yeah.
formation we are now, just as close as we get before we get detected?
So you get about up to the door, at which point the Maragons are all well good inside. You hear some noises coming from inside the building, but they do not seem to hear you. The spined devils, however, do notice you coming.
Okay, now, Max roll is particularly high.
The spine
Does he
devils
get a
are
chance
these.
to shoot them first?
Yeah,
The
these
spine
ones.
devils are these ones? Yeah, okay.
By the
Does
time you
Max
got them
with
there,
ridiculously...
another one of them has been shot down by the people in the tower, however.
Okay,
Oh,
go Max.
we might be able to
Go help.
ignore them and kind of get further towards the door.
Have
We-
detected us. Kill them. There's only 2.
Yeah, but we don't want to alert any others, do we?
We don't have to
They've
go
already
there. We can
detected us.
use only ranged attacks that go that far, which is probably only Mac.
Okay. Then
Same thing, yeah.
Do you also have things that go that far? How far is it actually?
I can go that far.
About 90. Yeah.
Eldritch Blast goes that far.
Yeah.
Okay, then
Don't
we.
go that far.
Ray of Frost probably does as well, or
No, Ray of Frost is 60, but Bad Touch does.
okay.
Why is it called touch if it can go 90 feet?
It's because it's not actually touch. What it is I summon a hand on someone.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
I'm
very...
literally Michael Jacksoning people from a distance. Oh, Grisella.
Those are two nice first
You're
rolls.
3.14.
So,
Mac is wanting to get his revenge on the Spiny Devils from the mansion.
those were imps, but okay.
Yeah,
They're all the same.
Yeah,
We're racists.
Mac. Yeah, Mac is demonist,
Devilist.
Those are devils.
Fiendist.
No, Demonist.
fiendist. Yeah,
Oh,
he
these
sees
are devils, not demons, so...
he sees something move in hell and he wants to put a bolt through its head.
You know what? You should just put on your character sheet there that we hate fiends enough that any fiend doesn't matter, it dies.
You
Even if it's trying
actually...
to help, it dies.
You made a pact with demons, so it may not be the best thing to put on your
Yeah.
character. I'm also going to...
Demons, not fiends.
Demons are fiends.
The
Well,
word you're looking for is devil.
Fiends are the broad category, and devils, demons, and Yugolots are all in that category. Fiends are basically all the evil outsiders that come from the lower planes. I'm also going to put the Hell Riders in there who are shooting at them. They are not actually on the floor, but in the tower. But yeah. So, Mac.
I'm going to shoot the further one. I'm going to give myself
get both
advantage.
with a scatter shot.
I'm out.
Or have you already used all that?
Yeah.
Right, fair enough.
I did all that to kill the big guy last time. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
going to
fair
shoot the
enough.
further one. Give myself advantage.
Ponk.
Twice.
Okay. You managed to shoot it out of the sky, and it falls onto the ground below with a loud thud.
Now, this thud is not really unexpected for the combat, since there was already a combat going, and the other one just fell out of the sky earlier.
Yeah. Rhea is going to fire at the other one, hitting it, but not killing it. Gisela.
Yeah, the same.
Pew pew. Okay, first one goes wide due to it flapping around. Second one hits it. Does not seem terribly pleased with you. Hellrider also fires at it, but misses. Fires another time. Hits this time, which is also enough to finish it off,
Okay, now we can go inside.
which was a very short fight.
The best kind of fight, the hostiles don't get a chance to react.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
we don't even have to use resources.
And technically, arrows are resources, they're just pretty much unlimited.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think most we're really counting arrows anyway.
I am.
So,
And we stealth ahead.
I'm counting
Yeah.
bolts.
which is in a way surprising because you actually asked me at the start of the campaign not to have to do that, but
I figured it would be more for a flat cost refill in town, but I'm keeping track either way.
okay.
It gives me something
I'm
else to.
keeping track.
It keeps.
I'm keeping track, but I just don't use any. So it's easy.
Yeah, I keep track of my silver arrows, but I also don't use them, so...
Yeah, it gives me something else to click
Okay,
on my
quick.
character sheet.
I keep track of my
Clink
magic
tracks both of
mates.
the- I track my darts and my daggers that are non-magic, and I have lost a dart. That one
Aw.
time I used it.
We do. But I did update our bag of holding with the new daggers, so I think we're up to like 14.
Well, I have another 7 on me.
Yeah, well, a dagger is like the default weapon that every bad guy has for whatever reason. So
At some point, could I at some point modify my crossbow to fire daggers instead?
You might need a little bit of a bigger one.
Okay, I'll modify a heavy crossbow.
Yeah.
You know what? A sci-fi game where they just end up in a D&D world and they don't have any ability to make ammo there, so they just modify their weapons to fire daggers.
Yes.
A
Large
rail
bore
rifle firing
railguns.
daggers.
Have you guys ever played any of the Tribes games?
Yes.
Yes.
Disc launchers.
Those are annoying. I
Those
fucking
are-
hate using those. They're really powerful, but I hate using them.
So okay, we put a spin on the daggers so that they're just like throwing knives.
We
Well,
can we can put a spin on them and tie 2 of them together with a chain to have a nunchaku knife launcher.
this seems concerning developments. So
Okay, so let's say you have a really big coil gun. You just pack it full of dagger.
Yeah.
It's dagger grape shot.
you can always suggest it to Tol as a new weapon for Act.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Concerned.
Let me find the armory thread.
I actually think Trigger Happy already suggested something like that. He wanted a shotgun that you could just stuff whatever you wanted into it and then fire it.
But does that include daggers?
I think it was supposed to include daggers, yes.
Okay.
Either way, feel free to move forward into the cathedral.
Yes, moving further.
Yes.
But I do try to stay within the spellcasting aura of elephants
Sure.
while doing that. I think the map ends here.
No.
This it looks like it.
There are 2 doors here, but one of them is probably open. So I'm going to open it. Come on, Sesame. No.
The door is barricaded.
Where's Krat when you need him?
We know.
Closed.
So Krat hasn't been this far. It was a dead
Yeah.
end.
Maybe he just passed by the entrance and then went another way.
Okay, I'm going
No,
to
he would have seen another door after the entrance and would have kept coming in.
close
This
up
is
the
crap.
cathedral so the lighting system bugs out a bit less, maybe? I don't know.
It bugs out, yeah.
Yeah, well, I tried it with the, this is a new lighting system. I also tried it with the old one, but that was even worse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Impressive. There seems to be Gibbs around the catacomb entrance.
Like the cut of these jibs.
I don't see it. What do you... Can you ping it?
Far left.
To the left.
How
left.
does one make such a slow
Ah, yes.
raycaster?
I have
Reasonably easily. This is WebGL. You're mostly using CPU for a lot of this.
Yeah, my temperature meter is actually going up on my PC, so it's definitely CPU.
Can you turn off the entire lighting system here? Or would that be a problem?
I got it.
probably could be. So as you enter, you don't see any dragons. You don't see any dragons either, but you don't see any devils anymore, but you hear the sound of footsteps going down over here.
Can
Right, we
I?
charge into the catacombs.
Before we do,
Yeah.
can I lock the doors behind us to helpfully try and make it barricaded?
You can definitely try.
Okay, I'm going to try and lock both doors.
Okay, I'm going to see if there's an actual value mentioned for the door. That would be a convenient thing to have.
And for the other door. Well, actually, if we're not stealthing and we're not limited by time, would I still eventually have an automatic pass? Or is it that...
Well, we are limited by time.
Ah, okay.
You are limited by time, and
We can leave you here, but you're like good damage dealer, so.
I don't know. You're kind of the most utility there, Darius.
I already used my spell slots.
Okay, well, I tried to lock the
okay,
door, the
you
two
managed
doors.
to lock the actual open door, which is a success. The other one seems to be stuck a bit somehow, the lock.
Damn.
Alas.
Let's see. Okay.
Okay. So, do you want to look around here, or do you want to...
No, we're charging downstairs.
Yeah, first follow
Okay.
the noise.
Okay, so you walk forward towards the fairly fancy cathedral. Just move you as a group.
What are the wiggly things?
The wiggly things are curtains. So this is a nice cathedral, and there are curtains between the different parts of it, because several separate parts of the cathedral are sometimes used for smaller celebrations or meetings. So there's an altar in the middle. There also used to be one, which is now open to reveal the staircase over here.
So, what are those comically oversized pills that are like strewn above the top and bottom of the cathedral?
Oh,
Bed rolls.
sleeping bags.
Oh! I see it now.
People were camping in here.
Yeah, so this was used as camping spots together with the tents outside. And you also see a pretty large amount of crates stacked in the back. But for now, you follow the footsteps downstairs to the catacombs. See if I touch it. Which is luckily a different map, because this is not large enough as it is.
I think Dino was just trying to see how big of a map he could put into Roll20.
This was literally the largest map I could make with Dungeon Draft.
I was right!
Yeah, so this... yeah. Okay, give me a second, because the map is still loading for me.
Oh, great, it's another big one.
Huey is not here.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, it's loaded. So you come onto a staircase which goes down, then splits off two staircases, one to the left and one to the right.
Shall we try and
If Dash
stealth?
Jr. seems to be absent again, I'm going to put it back on the map.
Yeah. At the moment you come downstairs, you also hear some sounds, mostly coming from the north.
I say we stealth it since we're now in. Or not.
Fair
That's
enough,
good
that
for
sounds
me.
good.
But if Mac already has only a 13, it's probably not going to work.
If Clink rolled the same as he rolled before, Clink is just as shitty set stealth today as he was earlier today.
Okay, we're not
Hmm.
stealthy this.
Not going to be stealthy, I think.
Bonsai.
Mac is trying to... Darius is trying to stealth, but he's whistling along the way.
Okay, that's
I'm chuckling just a little too loud.
You're just like singing your own team.
Yeah, exactly.
stealth roll for your NPC train.
I don't know if it's worth stealthing at this point.
I don't know.
You never know.
All the NPCs are going to bring it up to 20.
Well, a 23,
No.
a 15, a 16, and a 16.
Okay, no, we're not going to
Alright.
get a 20 out of that.
Alright, now Omtar has disadvantage, so he has only a 13. Well, it's better than you guys, so let's see.
No, I'm still better than Ontar. I'm super stealthy.
Yeah,
I have a-
Rhea rolled a 23, so that's decent. One, two,
There's a
three,
cool
four.
ability that I get at like level 12 or 13 where anything I roll below a 10 is seen as a 10. So it's like, even though I got a plus 10 to stealth, my lowest would then be like a 20 at that point. Hey, still a higher stealth roll than outside.
Okay, that's 13.6 on the stealth roll, which is good to know. So,
We got a higher stealth than last time.
By over a full point.
so feel free to move,
Even when
Although
we're
it's
awful,
all-
we are actually awesome.
although in orbit, so I can keep the NPCs going and tell you when to pause.
To the north, I guess, after the sound.
Krivkash, get up here. You're in front.
Max fine, even
Follow
if
the
Because
Clank,
I didn't
followed
get
by
enough
Darius.
spec around today already.
Darius actually has pretty good armor.
Okay, stop when you get to the bottom of the stairs, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because, Gisela, as you can see one imp in the hallway, which seems to be holding guard or something, has not yet noticed you.
But I was trying to stay within the elephant's aura.
Okay,
Yeah.
Clink, if we have not been noticed, Clink magic missiles it.
I'm on this. I agree with Clink.
So put yourself up in whatever order you want to be, and then we're going to roll initiative.
I want to be next to the elephant.
Only about here.
Okay.
Mac is on top of someone else now.
I
Also,
can't hear
you're-
you.
Yeah. Your microphone is very bad. No, the same.
Oh my god. 3 of us rolled
Jesus
ones.
Christ.
Only reason I
Uh,
have a 5 is because of my halfling luck jumped in.
No, both of you who failed didn't click on your characters.
No, you started rolling halfway through because I was still removing the turns from the previous fight.
Oh,
Ah,
So roll again if you are out of the turn order. So Mac, you are on top of Rhea.
uh,
Move north one.
there we go.
And now you have a clear line of sight too.
I thought that was more your gig. Clear lines of sight.
Call of Duty.
Oh,
Okay, swords initiative. So. Alright, I should probably roll initiative for the enemies as well, but you do have one surprise round. At the end,
hooray.
at the end of the first round, you're also going to hear combat start towards the north. But
Alright,
I'm going to already roll initiative for them because I'm lazy.
fair enough. So
Initiative.
Godzilla.
Okay, gave me 2 errors and it does not tell me for whom.
Hopeful.
Helpful. Token that does
Many
not
help.
represent a character. Which token does not represent a character? God damn it.
Do we have the Keep Snake? Yes, we do. We have Krivcast Jr.? Yep. We got the Elephant.
I'll notice which enemy isn't doing anything during the fight. So, Gisela.
Butterflies.
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high.
Okay, both your butterflies hit the imp.
Let's
Which
just
is,
kill it before he can alert the others.
Still flying, but only just. Skip its turn, and this turn, this turn, and this turn, and this turn, and this turn, and this turn. Darius.
Yes. Same. Nice. I'll also pull it back.
Okay, you pull it towards you, and its limply flumbling corpse falls onto the floor and slides a bit towards you.
Oh look, he tripped and fell and really hard.
I imagine there's like a wet slapping sound.
And a small smear of demon blood.
Okay. Rhea is probably going to use
Going
her
a bit.
movement to go forward and holding an action to fire at whatever she sees. That is an enemy. Mac.
I am going to... So, okay. Just so I'm clear, this is kind of the hallway, right? Up here? This is a hallway?
Yeah, so this is a hallway and goes up to the north and to the south.
Okay. I am going to hide.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm going to hold an action to attack any enemies that come within line of sight.
Okay. Are you going to stay put?
I would move because you get advantage when you don't move, so you can better do that when you can't attack anything yet.
So I did hide, so that gives me my advantage. So, yeah, I'll move, let's see.
Only if they don't detect you with the 14.
Well, I'm assuming that if they're coming around the corner, it's going to be a surprise attack anyways. And I will move up a little. Let's see. Because I'm assuming we're going to be moving forward some. Okay.
Okay.
And actually, that's a good question for you, Dino. Since I did a hide, and if an enemy comes around the corner, would I still have advantage on a held action?
Let's say yes.
Okay.
Because you are ready to shoot him and he is not aware that you're there.
Okay.
Okay. Kath is going to use his movement to get here and is then going to dash.
Ah, right, he's a gnome, he can only
Because to get up to here, because he's indeed only has 25 movement speed. Omtar is going to have to dash to actually get anywhere. This is already 35 foot, and then this is another 25. Gets over here.
Oh, we can go far.
He dashed, so he's not using.
Oh yeah, that's 60 to get that,
60
so,
feet.
okay.
Okay, more people we skip. Up, Clink.
Clank, 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 clank. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Oh.
So,
Clink.
as Clink rounds the corner, he notices, I think he notices another imp watching towards the other way of the hallway over here, and he notices a few devils in the south. They have not noticed you so far, but they are looking towards a large, sort of a large spirit of a warrior who seems to be guarding the hallway, and the most south devil looks slightly singed.
He can also see one devil over here at the top.
Oh, can he? Okay, well, that's the part of the group that you heard in the north.
Oh, and there's another imp there.
And another imp, yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Clink being Clink.
Do
will
it.
Cast this newly renamed spell on the quilled twat.
This one all the way over here? This one?
Yep.
Okay. I should also roll initiative for these guys.
And then use his last 5 foot of movement to dodge back behind the cover and be in cover.
Okay, 20. You actually had the advantage on that roll because you have an surprise round.
That doesn't do for damage, does it?
You might get a crit.
True. No.
You did not, but you hit for 11 cold damage, which is reduced to 5 because they're resistant to cold. I think. Yep. We should have some music on.
Okay, we would like a plaster on. Let's see. Oh, there's no bleeding there, honey. Do you just need a sticker?
No, but
Give cash.
So, I think it's time to engage Screamy mode. Or hold on with Screamy mode for one more turn. Because
was it-
running it was 30 foot of movement.
He took a big breath and then let it out.
Okay, which means so you still have an action to do something.
Still have an action, but I'm not sure what to do.
To-do.
Probably told the dead on the tiny devil now.
I can't see anything. Ah, down there as well. I didn't see that.
Yeah, you can see the lower ones.
I'm not sure he's still within
far.
range for.
That's too far. I have 60 foot of range.
Oh yeah.
And
So Clink was
technically,
literally
do
that was
have,
the only thing he could shoot. That was maximum range on the
Do I have?
ray.
At least I did have a crossbow at some point, I think. I don't have any more, so never mind.
You can't use a crossbow one-handed anyway, so.
You could have ended up here with your movement if you want to attack this turn.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'll hold my toll the dead if something gets in range, and leave it at that.
Okay. Which is not go. Oh god, it might happen. Okay, Lulu is going to move up to here to cover your front.
Lulu should probably be here.
Where?
Here. It should cover all of us and keep her behind cover.
Fair enough.
Maybe up one.
Yeah, I want
Just to get the
Ontar's
dwarf.
not in it.
He's human, but
Oh, there. It's up, not sideways.
okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Ontar is actually a human. Humans can have beards too.
No, he's a dwarf. He's a dwarf who's just ridiculously tall.
Don't ask him about it. He gets sheepish.
Polymorph.
So, top of the round, you hear fighting start in the corridor towards the north. Okay, hear someone
Dino.
fire a bow.
Dino plays D&D with himself for a bit.
Yeah. I'll tell you guys when you can join as well.
He wants to get things started on his own. If you know what I mean. While we wait, we should have a round of Among Us.
It should hopefully not take that long.
Which I acquired on the PC. So we definitely need to do a round of it at some point.
Yes.
More sounds of battle, and Roll20 spazzes out completely again.
As is its wont.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to take a second to check the things of the... Okay. It's his turn. This one has not noticed anyone so far, so he's not going to do anything.
Ah, he didn't see Clink coming in and then going back out.
Let me see.
And shooting him.
You know, you shot the one in the south, and I
You shot that one in the north.
you actually didn't cross his side, I think. Let me
Okay.
check.
Yeah, could be.
Actually, yeah, I don't think he saw you. So he's going to just hold an action. This Maragon is going to fire a crossbow. Okay, Gisela.
How far can I go? Only to here. I think I can see absolutely nothing from here. No. From
So you need
enemies.
to go one more across.
Yeah, this is the furthest I can go without using my action.
Fair enough.
I don't want to be the only target inside of all the enemies, so I'm not going to dash forward. So I'll
Wouldn't be.
also hold my action to do the butterfly beam if any of them comes inside.
Okay. This one is also holding an action. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this one is dead.
Would it might be? Does it speed up anything of the rendering if you remove the dead guys?
Probably not,
Okay.
because the enemies in this case can't actually see, I think.
Okay.
Okay. It's... Okay, now you might actually see something happen. The Maragon in the south, where Clink was just attacking the Spined Devil, is going to start moving upwards. And given he cannot see Clink at the moment, he's going to fire his crossbow at Krivkash. With a 22.
He's within Krivkash range.
With a 20 to hit. So
Yeah,
unless
he's within my range. That would fit my condition of whole election.
okay, so you can do your thing first because he came in range first. Okay, makes so wisdom save. Yeah, wisdom save. Fails its wisdom save, takes 11 necrotic damage. Still fires a crossbow at you. So you take 1 piercing damage, which is already reduced.
Oh no!
Oh.
1 damage.
Okay. You hear more sounds of fighting from the place you cannot see yet.
Yeah, we probably could have gotten Among Us round in this.
Well, stuff is happening in between. Darius.
Alright, I suppose I will move up now. Let's see, I think that puts me on in a clear line of sight. I will blast him twice.
Who is him?
The Murgor I can see.
Okay.
The lead.
First one misses, second one hits a small chink out of his arm. Any pushing or pulling?
I'm thinking pulling.
Okay.
Can
I'm
you,
into range.
Here.
can you push him? Can you pull with both or just with one of the attacks?
Just one.
Only one hits anyway, but
Yeah. I can push twice, but pull only one.
Got it.
Did anyone have an attack prepared? Did Ontar have an attack prepared when he saw it?
Ontar dashed.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Rhea did have an attack prepared actually.
Can she see him?
Yeah, she can
She
see the
can
right
see
one.
the one that just came into view. So she's going to fire her arrow at him. Which is a hit. 9 piercing damage. It's her held action and her reaction. So the other one comes into view, also fires a crossbow at Krivkash. Rolls a 7 to hit. Surprisingly, does not hit at all. Arrow pings onto the wall.
Hildekaas.
I did not invent a name, but yes. The thing is, Hex is laughing about is that kaas is Dutch for cheese.
And the first name is also just a normal Dutch first name.
Yeah. Whoever chose names for some of the Outerel people took inspiration from names that are common in Europe, I think. So, this person is going to make 2 slashes with her greatsword.
Mac could try to woo Hilde. Then they would be mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Nah,
no.
he's already got a cheese bromance. He only has enough room for one cheese.
Well, can you ever have enough cheese on a mac and cheese?
Good
You can
point.
always just spice up your life and get some different cheese in there.
Oh, so you're talking about a cheese platter.
Yeah.
Oh, great, now I want some
Anyway.
cheese.
Back, your
Way
turn.
of cheese.
Okay. I should still be hidden, so I'm going to spend movement to get me up to here. And which one of these two guys did Corn hit? The one on the right or the left?
One on the left.
The right. Left? I thought the right one was first here.
No, the
I
right.
told you that one.
Yeah, the right one just walk up to here and has only been hit by Rhea.
Okay, I'm going
Ah,
to sneak attack the one that Krivkash hit. And I miss.
Yeah, an 8 does not hit. So your bolt bounces off his armor pieces.
And I will use my bonus action to hide,
Okay.
if it rolls.
You are definitely hidden. Rhea is going to fire, going to move over a bit as far as she can.
We are standing very, very good for an area of effect spell against us.
Probably going to move up to here.
Except that we're in a spell-free zone.
Please keep your arms and legs inside the yellow face.
And she's going to fire her longbow at the most hurt devil. The left one dealing another 9 piercing damage. He does not look healthy at this point. Kath is going to move as far as he can get, which is here. He's going to probably cast Vicious Mockery again, because that's the kind of thing he does. So the Maragon makes a wisdom save. Completely fails its wisdom save and is so insulted that it keels over and dies.
Oh.
He's got really thin skin.
Yeah, I
Montage.
think his skin is also slightly perforated at this point.
Probably. Ontar rushes around.
Or your local weapons trader for a super perforator.
Okay. Ontar rushes around the corner, encounters another imp, attacks the imp. Misses the imp. Oh no, hits the imp. Kills the imp. And moves further forward. Let's see if we can get up to here. More sounds of combat come from the north. I might encourage you to actually move around the corner so you can see what's happening. Probably makes the fight a little bit more interesting.
Suddenly the stairs start to collapse on a flood of lava.
Sounds like fun.
Crispy.
Okay. Okay, the other Maragon in this house is going to move up with his friends and fire a crossbow at Rhea, who managed to dodge it, and it clatters into the wall. Clink.
Clank. Clank, being Clank, steps around the corner, picks a target, and casts a ray of slightly cold birds at this guy.
Ray of slightly cold bird.
Wow. They might be more than slightly cold at this point.
Okay, your ray of ice impacts the Maragon, leaving a large frozen patch. But he's still resistant to frost, so it doesn't do as much as it.
And then he steps back around the corner, complete with his blood smear for some reason.
I know someone who is not in the initiative order. It is your spirit guardian at the bottom.
Oh, but they don't have an initiative.
Ah, okay.
There's spell effects.
And then it's Clank's turn.
That would be a great insult. I know something that's not in the initiative order. Your fighting spirit.
Okay. So next, because Dino does not like himself. You hear a loud explosion erupt in the northern hallway.
Whoa.
I look around for Clink. He's still there.
See, that works on 2 levels. He didn't actually shoot the explosion, and he didn't explode himself.
Cameron managed to insert a square peg into a round hole in such a way that the square peg actually can't come out of the round hole because it's bigger than the round hole. She now has
Already
a
loves your programming
She
technique,
has-
Silver.
she has a wooden milk carton stuck in a jar. That is amazing. She's such a clever girl. But she's a right little asshole sometimes. Right.
Okay.
Hey Dino, you're rolling to public.
Oh, right. Oh well. I think it's not really a very big secret that you heard a fireball go off.
Good point.
Okay. More sounds of fighting. Okay, so the spined devil moves up his speed. Fires off a spine each at Darius and Krivkash.
Can I see him?
I don't know, can you see him?
I don't know. I think just not.
You cannot see him, no. One aim that Darius hits with a 22.
Ooh.
Dealing 4 damage because you're resistant to fire. It's 3 piercing and 2 fire, so 4 for you. One at Krivkash just pings harmlessly off his plate.
I know there's a joke in there, something about no dessert until you clean your plate, but I can't think of it.
You put more on my plate than you can handle.
Okay. I guess you could say that's a bit cheesy.
Okay. You hear Omtar being attacked by a Maragon in the north. With a small grunt as one of the attacks hits. Krivkash.
Okay, I am angry and still covered in blood. I pull out my mace, run this guy, scream at him, and booming blade him to the face. God damn it, I turned it on!
Okay, you smack him with a booming mace. He's still flying, but he does not look terribly healthy at this point.
Oh no, Darius has disappeared again.
What does
I
it
still,
That's
I still see Darius.
Prepare yourself for him to go flying off the map.
Okay.
Yep, there he goes.
There she blows.
understand.
Oh, I can still see you. You're still there.
I'm still
you're
on the
all-
map, but
Here you go. I think you were here. There you go.
thank you.
He was between me and Clink. Yeah.
Yeah.
where
Darius.
his cut is.
Darius casts teleport but fails his save.
It's a teleportitis like in
Oh
Noida.
god,
You
teleportators in D&D would be horrendous.
Especially if the DM gets to decide where you end up.
No, it's where Roll20 decides.
Okay, so
Roll 2
even
dice, one for the X and one for the Y.
Lulu moves up a bit to cover most of you. More sounds of fighting. Even more sounds of fighting. This one is dead.
How many keeps could a keep snake keep if a keep snake could keep keeps? I don't know.
How many snakes could keep snake, snake,
Silla.
keep snake, 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 snake?
We are in a keep. The keep snake has lived up to its name.
It's never going to leave. This is its domain now.
Gisela.
Ah, okay. If I go stand over here, I can only see 1 at the top and 3 at the bottom.
There's definitely more at the top though.
Yeah,
Can
so
hear
I'm
them.
going to hit the one at the top. And then go back into hiding.
Which one are you? The one...
The one for Ontar.
Oh, this one. Okay, both of those hit, so you managed to blast him with 2 blasties. Keeps standing, given the fact that he had not been attacked yet. Doody-biddy. Indeed. Another imp flies up to Ontar and stings him. Which is not a very nice thing for the imp to do.
Who's it stinging?
Ontar, your bearded human friend.
Excellent.
Shut up, YouTube person. Okay, this one is actually dead. This one is dead. Which one is this even? Oh, that one. Okay. Okay. Another Maragon walks up to Ontar and starts attacking him.
That sounds like a bad joke.
One of his attacks actually hits. Arius.
Yes. Yes. I'm going to move a bit. Oh god. Okay. Map issues, give me a sec. Alright, we got a party both north and south. I'm gonna advance a little further. Help Ontar out, since he's actually in direct combat.
My cover disappeared.
Also in direct combat.
Yeah, he'll be fine. It's only in combat with 1 at the moment. In fact, I can help both of them. Yes. 1 Eldritch Blast for Ontar's nearest Marigor and 1 for the Spiny Devil.
Okay. The one on the Maragon does not hit. One on the Spiny Devil shoots it out of the sky for Krivkash.
And just for the fun of it, I'm gonna throw him back too.
Flies into the face of the next Maragon and then slaps onto the ground.
Excellent.
Then the
Morale.
The next Maragon is going to move up towards Krivkash, brandish his halberd and swinging it around twice. But Krivkash manages to parry one's swing and catch the other on his shield.
Goblin, goblin.
Next person is going to do a thing. Mac.
Okay. I am going to give myself advantage and shoot at the Maragon in front of Krivkash. What, the 14 was not enough to hit him.
Nope.
Yeah, what the hell. I will try it anyways with Sharpshooter.
$19, however, is definitely enough to hit, and that's 31 damage, which is just enough to finish it off. So you manage to once again lodge your bolt into his face until he has no more face. Okay. Are you going to move and hide or whatever?
I can't. I used my... Since I'm assuming that because everybody moved...
You hit previous turn, I think?
I did, but with Darius moving out of the way, I don't think I had any cover.
That is correct.
Behind Clink.
That is correct.
Yeah, so I used my bonus action to give myself advantage that way, as long as I didn't move.
Fair enough. Rhea is going to peek around the corner and fire at the Maragon harassing Ontar. But misses. Kath is going to move over here, but not in that way, but you know what I mean. And he has spells, so he probably does a spelly thingy. Casts Dissonant Whispers on the Maragon near Ontar. The Maragon makes a wisdom saving throw. Succeeds its wisdom saving throw, so takes damage but stays put. Ontar attacks the imp and the Maragon next to him. Finishes off the imp. Is going to, I think, use a spell slot to smite the Maragon, because that seems the kind of thing you do. When you're a paladin fighting a devil. So that's a nice 27 damage. More fighty sounds. Okay, this one is actually dead. Even more fighting sounds. Okay. Hell. Okay, weird things are happening with Roll20, but never mind that. The last Maragon marches up to here, and then halberds Krivkash twice. First attack is a 21 to hit.
So that misses because he has 24, right?
No, I
He
don't
does
have
not
anymore.
have 24 anymore. He normally has 20. The 24 was because of haste and Shield of Faith.
Okay, well, if you're waiting for me to say something, my inspiration is gone already.
Oh right, you're gone. I guess Cass still has inspiration left, so he's going to use one to make it probably miss.
Well, yeah, if it has
Yeah.
to.
Well, he has to roll at least 2.
Yeah.
So Cass makes the attack miss, and the other one bashes into your plate again. Clink.
Clink will do what he did last turn and cast, because he can see one immediately right there, the Ray of Slightly Cold Birds. I should actually use something other than that because they're resistant to cold, but I can't be asked because it's taking too long between turns and I am not paying enough attention.
Yeah, this is a fairly large fight because you keep picking up NPCs, which is entirely my fault. I'm aware of that.
They're like stray cats, and we're crazy cat ladies. Sorry, crazy crat
I mean,
ladies.
technically I probably should have cast Acid Splash or Bad Touch, but it involves clicking a different button.
Ray of Slightly Slimy Birds.
Do you really want me to throw a Bad Touch at him? Clink is done.
Okay.
There's not much more I can do.
Okay, you hear something up the hallway, and you see someone throw 2 Eldritch Blasts past the corner, one at Ontar and one at Krivkash. Come on, roll 20. Okay, one on Ontar is a critical hit. And the one on Krivkash is a 26 to hit.
Ooh.
Which probably is just going to hit. So Krivkash takes 11 force damage. And both Krivkash and Ontar are pushed 10 feet backwards.
I don't like that one.
What's the class resource that Ontar has?
Lay on hands.
And he has 45 of it?
He's supposed to have 25 left, so I'm not, probably misclicked something. Yeah,
that's a lot.
yeah, lay on hands is side your level times 5
Oh, okay.
hit points.
It's if he does like 5 hit points healing, then 5 of them.
Yeah, so it's
okay.
just to pull. He can
Yeah.
restore 1 hit point with 1 use or
Yeah.
20 in 1. So
Then it's more logical.
yeah.
I thought he could do it 45 times every long rest.
Oh no, it's just 45 hit points he can restore. No, roll 20. No, bad roll 20. More sounds of fighting. Still, the party does not get the hint to go around the corner and look.
but there's enemies in the way. I'm not going to just run past them with my fragile old bones.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, Maragon next to Omtar moves forward and slashes 3 times at him with a halberd. But the first 2 do not manage to get through his armor, but the third one does manage to find a weak spot in it. Krivkash.
So, yeah. I'm just going to smack that one in revenge. Or would it be smarter? Do I have anything nice? I will pull on my Shield of Faith and then smack him.
Okay.
So, I turn Booming Blade on and I use my mace. See what happens. It didn't. God, it's always the other way around.
I'm just going to remove it from your character sheet and add it again, because there's clearly something wrong. Okay, I mean, if you switch tabs on your character sheet while I'm doing something, it also switched it for me.
Sorry.
Because Roll20 is dumb. Okay. Wait, that's not right. Oh, okay. Hopefully this helps. Anyway, 16 hits. Had not taken damage yet, so give him a good whack, but he's still standing healthily. Is this also how far you're going to move?
Yeah, I'm going to stay here.
Okay. Lulu is probably going to stay there. Gisela.
I walk past our arrowist archer person and I cast Fairy Fire. Where is it? Here it is. And I do it like this, and I hope I have some around the corner with it as well, because I don't know what's there. Hope it's not friends.
Okay. So that's a Dex save.
And then I go back.
And all of them fail their saving throw spectacularly.
Or Dino just didn't want to roll for them.
They rolled a 12, an 8, and a 5.
Never mind then.
Now, rolling a Moss saving throw is actually not hard, because I just have to select all of them and then do Moss saving throw. So I don't have to roll for each creature individually. It's also how I roll initiative for an entire group of enemies. Okay, so that's your turn. This imp is actually dead. Okay, more sounds of fighting. This one also dead. Maragon moves up 1 space and then swings his halberd at Ontar 3 times. First 2 hit, last one doesn't. Ontar takes another good bit of, and Dino is typing in the wrong thing again. Bit of damage. Darius.
Ah. Okay. Yes. It's like all the action is to the north now.
There's one Maragon to the south.
Oh, I see him. Alright, I'm gonna hit the one to the south. Try to mop that up.
How damaged does he look?
The only thing that has hit him is Krivka's show, still decently health.
Okay.
And I'm also gonna spend a couple healing lights on myself just to be safe.
Okay.
And also disappear again. Okay. I'm just gonna leave that there for now.
I'm not sure where you are at the moment, because it hasn't moved yet for me.
Is he gonna warp?
Has my health bar updated?
It's at 22, is it supposed to be at 22?
Yes.
Because I haven't actually seen you roll anything.
Well, no, I have a...
Oh, right.
Sure.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're also still in place, so I don't see you fly around.
Okay. We'll just
I'm
go
just...
with that then.
I moved you back to where you are. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, odd. Anyway. Nope, this one is dead.
More sound of fighting.
More sound of fighting.
I imagine all we can hear is like crashing noises and cat screeches and springs.
And crap.
Maybe.
Probably not.
That's spoilers.
I mean, it's not really a spoiler out of character that I don't have Tal hiding in the room without you being able to see him or something. So
You never know, it could happen. Maybe the real reason he hasn't been on D&D is because he's making his way to Belgium.
who knows? Who knows? But yeah, no, that's not what he's doing. Okay, she's going to use an action. Okay, Mac.
Okay. How damaged does the Maragon look now?
Still decently healthy.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and give myself advantage and attack him.
Okay. He looks notably less healthy now. So you fire a well-aimed shot at his chest. He topples over,
Need to save our wall.
which indeed saves the wall and only leaves the enemies to the north.
Who you all have advantage on.
Well, 3 of them at least.
Well, it's all of them that we can see, so.
Does that give me another d20 if I do it with the sneak attack? Or if I give myself advantage?
No.
Aw.
There is only one way to get super advantage, and it is not available to halflings.
Oh, how do you can actually get super advantage?
There's a half feat for all half elves and elves, which is called Elven Accuracy, which says if you already have advantage, you can roll a third d20 and take the best of the 3.
Damn. Nice.
Okay.
It's nice. Well,
Can I multi-class into
it's
Elvish?
nice. No. Well, it's nice, but it's not as mathematically nice as it may sound, because advantage already gives you a large boost, so adding a third dice is a smaller boost than adding the second one, but it's still nice.
But I want
Especially
to
since it's a half
multi-class to
feat.
Elvish.
Let me be your granny, then you're half elf.
Quarter, technically, but... Okay.
Can he be
No,
a
less
ling
than
elf?
quarter if it's a granny.
Can he be a ling elf?
Halfling and half elf. Okay, so that's your turn. Rhea is going to fire across the corner with advantage. Hits the right Maragon. Sprop is going to use her smite to do a bit of extra damage. Which is enough to make the right Maragon go down by the lighting arrow. Kev is going to cast another Dissonant Whispers on the Maragon. Makes a Wisdom save. Fails his Wisdom save, takes 17 psychic damage and runs away from Kev. Ontar uses it to press on forward. Sees a new enemy, slashes her twice.
With advantage.
With advantage, which makes him hit twice. More sounds of fighting happen.
One day we will see.
You know that when you're playing XCOM, it's like enemy actions or whatever.
Yeah.
for like 30 seconds. And you're like,
Well, in this case, it's also friendly actions that you cannot see at this moment, but.
Just keep in mind, the more we kill, the faster we'll get through these turns.
More sounds of fighting and more sounds of Dino checking character sheets to see how many times creatures can attack.
I hear mostly sounds of goblin sitting there.
I am currently catless. I had a cat earlier in the session, but she ran away again. Clink. Wait, no. No, this Maragon is dead. Clink.
Clink can't push buttons. Yeah, let's see. Where is a living thing that I can kill?
Up north.
Clink can't see. 15 foot of movement. Clink still cannot see. 30 foot. 40 foot. Clink can see. Clink can see this guy. Clink will
Summon a bird who flies over them and acid splashes him and his buddy beside him.
Okay, so that's 2 dexterity saving throws. The Maragon fails. The former front one saves, so only the Maragon takes 6 splash acid damage. Looks fairly wounded by now. Which
And that is my turn.
means it's her turn.
Oh, that should have been 2d6.
That was
Oh, yeah,
2d6.
It was. Okay, don't worry, ignore me. The description just says 1d6 and doesn't have the description for the leveling.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then this person moves up to here for a better look. Can see some of you standing in the hallway. Moves to cast another spell. I think Clink is out of spell slots of the relevant
Clink has
level.
2 level 1 spells, but yeah, no relevant spell slots.
So, Clink and Ontar make a dexterity saving throw because she casts Fireball in the hall. The rest of you is saved by Lulu.
Fire hallway.
Clink needs to roll a dodge, does he?
Yeah, dexterity saving throw.
He's, I guess, who wants to go stabilize the bird?
I'll still need it, but I won't be dead.
Okay, so Clink's
It's okay, I have healing light.
Clink
Okay,
only
on my turn.
Clink takes half of 29 damage, so 14, leaving him surprisingly still standing.
This was a triumph.
The clink is a lie.
Ontar, however, fails his save and goes down.
I guess I'll be using that healing light on him instead. That's unexpected.
Or you could just leave him to die. We don't really care about him much, do we?
You've pretty much let him go fight up north by himself for 3 rounds or something, so... Okay, more sounds of fighting. Then the Maragon steps over Ontar lying on the floor, slashes his halberd at Clink, critically fails, his halberd clatters into the wall, slashes his halberd again, Clink manages to dodge just underneath it, and also manages to dodge the third strike. I rolled a 7, a 10, and an 8.
Clink knows how to fight, bitches.
Clink is Kung Fu Panda dodging the halberd. Kivgash.
Does my preserve life get people back up on their feet? channel
yeah.
divinity.
Yeah, it's healing, so only thing you'd have to check is the range, because I'm not sure what that is.
30 feet.
Oh,
You'd
That's reachable.
probably have to move a bit, but sure.
What was here?
Yeah, so the entire party is in range now.
So I will move here and spend all the 25 points I have on Ontar.
Okay. He comes back to consciousness with 25 hit points. But is still prone.
So is that an action? And divinity.
Yeah, that's an action.
Okay. Then
So-
I'm probably it for this turn.
Yeah, unless you want to cast a bonus action spell or something.
Actually, I had an idea. Ontar gains Shield of Faith.
Okay. Which means you lose yours.
Fair point, I forgot about that, but I'm not going to pedal back on that.
Okay. And Lulu is going to move up, so you are once again in the aura. More sounds of fighting. Yet more sounds of fighting.
hmm.
Eventually you're going to round the corner and there will be a cassette recorder playing sounds of fighting.
It's just going to be a couple of townspeople sparring.
Hex, you're muted.
Didn't really have time to say it.
Okay, this other Maragon seems to notice that something is up. Moves forward to Ontar. And is going to slash him 3 times as well. Thanks to the Shield of Faith, only 2 of the attacks hit him. So Kath is going to use his nearly lost Bardic Inspiration on one of the 2. Which makes it miss, so Ontar only takes 14 slashing damage instead of 24. Seems to be urging you guys to come over here and back him up. Gisela.
I'm not going over there and backing him up.
I mean, not literally, but
What was the rule for? I can't do 2 spells in one turn, right? But can I do a cantrip and a spell? A bonus action spell?
you can, if you cast a spell as bonus action, you can only use your action to cast a cantrip.
Okay, then I'm going first here and cast my cantrip on. How damaged does the 2 fairy fire persons look?
Both of them look pretty hurt by now.
I'm going to attack the upper, more dangerous one.
Okay, she does have partial cover because of the people standing in front of her, though.
In that case, I'm going. But there's always people standing in front of it. I can go stand here, and
I don't count friends. You're standing behind as cover for hitting enemies, because you can lean around someone who's right in front of you, but not around someone who's
Okay, then I'm
20
going
feet
to
away.
attack the first one.
Okay. I'm not sure why you're rolling. Oh, right. Never mind.
Yes, fairy fire on me. That's
Fairy
the
fire.
I'm not sure
Never
why you're
mind.
rolling.
I'm not sure why you're rolling. You hit anyway. Yeah, no. Both your beams hit the Maragon and he goes down.
Clink, would you need a bit of healing or not?
A tiny spot of healing would be preferable, since I'm at 5 of 22.
Okay, then I'm going
I'm at
to
a
do
quarter of my life.
a tiny spot of healing on you.
Yes.
Now I'm at more than half. Oh, thank you very much.
Go back into cover. I'm not going to help Ontar be a target.
Give guys cover.
Yeah, the wall is better cover.
Slightly, yes. Although Krivkaj is 3/4 cover, so that's still +5 AC. Anyway. More sounds of fighting.
This is like one of those NPC fights where you're supposed to run into it, but you have to trigger the sequence before they actually start dying. So you just stand there before the sequence trigger and they just hit at each other and hit at each other and hit at each other and nothing happens.
Well, in this case, they actually have hit points, so yeah. Darius.
Yes. Advance. And what is this person about?
What?
What? They're a mage of some sort, a spellcaster.
Well, they just threw a fireball down the hall, so that would be logical.
But like, what? I haven't been paying much attention. What do they? Yeah.
Well, it's a devil, so they don't wear a name tag. Hello, I am a warlock. Or
Did I recognize them?
they're,
Because I know stuff about devils.
well, you know that devils that wield magic are relatively more rare and stand a bit outside of the normal hierarchy, because
Okay.
most...
Guys, if we kill this one, we have to keep its head. To present to the demons.
I didn't say it was a greater devil, but...
Was it not a greater devil?
Well,
No, they're kind of a special category, and they are useful but a bit looked down upon, because devils mostly believe in having power for yourself, whereas magic is borrowing power from somewhere else.
well, we gotta at least keep one devil body in the bag of holding to kind of keep up the whole carrying a corpse around.
Darius, as for your question, you did notice that the devil casted Eldritch Blast down the hallway, so...
Okay. Then I will cast a couple back.
Wow.
Okay. There won't be any more coming down the hallway.
Excellent. I'm much better at Eldritch Blasting than they are.
Clearly.
Especially now.
So, your blasts streak past your allies, hit her in the chest, and she slams into the wall and slides down. More sounds of fighting. Back.
Okay. So I can barely see. Oops. Come on, are you pinging? Okay, I can barely see that guy, but I'm guessing it's because of everybody else who I can share their vision with.
Yeah.
If I move to,
I think it's Clink only that they can see him.
Okay, I'm wondering.
Clink is the vision.
I'm wondering if would I be able to see him if I move either here or just south of Keth?
I'm not sure where.
No.
Okay.
Probably not.
Yeah, let me show you. See that?
What if
You've got
I probably
pretty much come up
consume
into the
from
corridor.
here.
Absolutely barely. It'd be like a quarter, three-quarters cover.
Sharpshooter
From-
ignores cover.
Very true.
And that's as far as I can move if I'm moving through people. So I'm going to then try and hide behind Clink.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hiding
You
under
are fighting them.
I'm hiding under Clink's dress.
That seems like a hazardous place to be.
Oh, I would have gotten advantage anyways. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and sneak attack the guy.
Actually not, because the Maragon you are currently attacking was not inside the fairy fire when it was cast. The people who were inside are
Yeah.
all dead.
That's why I removed my concentration icon. This is
Ah,
no
Well, I'm
longer
still hiding
fairy.
under Clink's dress.
Okay, 13 does not hit. So, your arrow slams into the corner of the corridor instead of hitting its target.
Well, I was kind of distracted being under Clink's dress.
Understandable. And Rhea is going to move, where she can actually see something. Fire her longbow at the Maragon. Hit the Maragon. Kath is going to move up to here. Although, wait. Measuring things. Probably going to stay behind Krivkash for now and is going to use his action to cast Aura of Vitality. And use his bonus action to use Aura of Vitality and heal Ontar by 2d6. Ontar uses his movement to get up. Slices at the Maragon twice. Hits him twice. Maragon is still standing but not looking very healthy.
More fighting!
More sounds of fighting. Another Maragon walks up to here to attack Ontar, because that seems like the kind of thing they do. Manages to hit it once with its halberd. The other two attacks clash into his plate. More sounds of fighting.
Dino's playing with himself again.
Yeah, but
We got
Not
most
in
of them
that.
dead.
sounds of Clink.
Clink, there's sounds of Clink. Clink can see some people. Clink will aim at this. Oh, wrong thing. Aim at that top guy there, and Clink will cast Bad Touch. And then Clink, using his a nifty 5, 15, 20 feet of his movement, get out of dodge.
Okay, you attacked the north one, right?
Yes, the north one.
Okay.
He can't heal this turn.
He wasn't
Well,
going
he
to,
can-
but it's good to know.
Yes, just in case you need it.
This Maragon is dead, so Krivkash.
So, I will use the good touch on myself.
Uh-huh.
And
Crazy.
We now have a bad touch and a good touch.
healing touch.
And depends.
Cure wounds,
Cure wounds.
I assume.
So, yeah. Hey, Ontar! And that was my turn.
Okay, Krivkash rounds corner, seeing a group of devils assaulting a barricade, behind which several people are defending the barricade. Most of them look several degrees of hurt, and the one in front has an armor with the symbol of the flaming fists on it.
Just like Ontar.
He's about to be flaming fisted.
No, the flaming fists are the mercenaries from Baldur's Gate,
Oh right, Ontar
You-
was from the Gauntlet of something.
Order of the Gauntlet. So flaming fists are the people from Baldur's Gate where you were working with for the first 12 sessions or something.
Yes.
Okay. Lulu is going to move forward, so you can move forward as well. Given the fact that the hallway is currently devoid of enemies. Alright, he probably doesn't want the enemies inside the bubble. So, goes
Maybe
here.
Yeah.
Okay. The Maragon slashes 3 times at Ontar, being the convenient target in front of him. Only one of them hits thanks to the Shield of Faith. I think I subtracted from this thing again. Anyway, Gisela.
Okay, right now I can't see anyone, so I'll see how far I can get. This is 15 or 1 extra. Can only get to here. Let's see. How big is this thing again?
Fairly large.
Yeah, can I put it like that the one friendly guy is not in there, but all the enemies are? I can't pull it more to the top, I think. Roll 20 doesn't want to let me drag it further up.
You're going to either have to. Well, there's an enemy here as well, so either.
Yeah.
All right, so you want to put it like this? No.
No, I don't know if there's a way.
No,
I thought
there's
if
not.
I turn it a bit, maybe.
Don't think that's going to work because there's two friends of yours here. So.
Wait, what are we trying to do?
Trying
She's
to get
trying
all
to.
the enemies in, but not the one guy at the right.
This one guy?
Yeah.
Who's marked with a red cross?
No,
No,
he's standing
that's,
on top of. He's standing on top of a dead body.
The red
Oh,
cross
okay.
is beneath him, you see. Okay, then I'll
Oh.
just take the one guy along with it. He'll forgive me, it's a pleasant dream I'm putting it in. No problem.
Oh boy.
Everyone succeeds
He'll
the
friends
save
just
except
have
him.
to- Yeah, that's a possibility, but then I just drop concentration, no problem.
Okay. So that's a wisdom save. Okay, so
And I call out to everyone what the effect of the spell is so that the friendly guys at the other side know what it's doing.
you are a very fast talker.
Yes. Maybe they
Okay.
already know what it is.
So the guy fails his saving throw.
Obviously.
The enemy on the right succeeds his saving throw.
Obviously.
So it begins.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the enemies rolled a 26, a 12. No, that's not an enemy. That's the guy. An 18, a 21, a 15, and a 14. So
There's only one chance. Okay,
only
then,
one enemy.
then I just drop it immediately.
Okay.
You know, I help. I am very helpful. So he's no longer charmed.
Okay, so two. The guy and one of the enemies are very briefly charmed and then snap out of it immediately again.
They look at each other and go, what?
You know, charmed at opposite sides of the hallway. Okay, anyway. So, this guy is going to move inwards. More sounds of fighting.
Yeah.
Guy on the right gets hit. Does not look terribly healthy at this point. Darius.
I am definitely going to move up. Yes. And an Eldritch Blast for, I guess, each of the Merigors. Top to bottom.
Okay.
Pushing him back.
Both of them hit in a clean unison. They are pushed backwards into the hallway. Going to move this one over here. Bottom one also enters the flitting sphere of spirit guardians, so takes damage from that.
Excellent.
Because can't have
I think
combat
the top one is
without.
in too because it's range from that character, right?
Hmm?
It's a range from that character, right? And diagonal movement in D&D is 5th edition is always 5 foot.
So it's technically more of a cube.
Yeah,
Spell effects
or
work in
spell
Euclidean space.
yeah, spell effects are still circles. Anyway, does not make his saving throw, so he's going to take damage and go down.
Excellent.
The spirit guardians are flitting around this person around here, by the way.
The one with the really strange icon on it.
That's a torch. It's supposed to be underneath, because that's where you put torches. There we go.
Underneath people?
Yeah, always sit on torches. It's like chairs.
It's not a torch, it's a lantern, so they put a lantern on the ground.
Yeah, I also sit on lanterns.
5-foot squares are fairly large.
Yeah.
Okay. This person is going to... cast another cure wounds guy next to her, because he keeps getting hit by people.
Well, that happens if you stand in front between 3 enemies.
Well, he is wearing plate armor and has a shield, so it is a logical place for him to stand. But still. Mac.
I believe I can move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I can get to here. Oh, yep. I am going to hide.
You are not hidden.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and attack the Maragon.
Okay, 21 hits, so he's still standing, having not, well, has taken a decent bit of damage by now, but he's still standing. Rhea moves up to here, stands behind the Krivkash, which is a convenient cover, fires her longbow at the Maragon with a critical hit.
Nice.
Maragon goes down, leaving only 4 enemies remaining. Only 3 enemies remaining.
Before this video starts, there's several things I want to tell you guys.
Shut up, YouTube person. YouTube took out the functionality to make a playlist and have videos start at the same time, sadly, for whatever reason. Okay, Kev is going to move up a bit. Going to use his bonus action to heal whoever has need of hit points, which I guess is Ontar at this point still. From people he can actually see at least.
Hey, you rolled the average.
Apparently so.
I think it's also the mode of the median too.
Doesn't really have any
It's a symmetrical distribution, so the average and the median are always going to be the same.
Yes.
doesn't have much other useful things he can do with an action from where he's standing, so he's going to hold an action to cast Vicious Mockery if he sees an enemy. Ontar rushes forward. This thing is in the way. At which point the person casting Spirit Guardians has to drop it, because can only save people who are not supposed to be hurt by it when you cast it. But she clearly thinks having an Ontar nearby is more useful than having Spirit Guardians nearby. And he slashes the bearded devil twice with his great sword, hitting both times.
I still want to know what's so great about that sword.
Well, the fact
It's
that
great
he
in the sense of big.
Great sword is literally a type of weapon. It's like the two-handed.
Funny.
Well, yes, but if you repeat it like 5 times, it starts to sound like you really don't know it.
Yes, indeed. So I was just verifying. Anyway, slashes down the bearded devil in front of him. Incidentally, Mac, now you're around the corner. You actually recognize this guy, having seen him once before in the distance, but it was memorable because this guy is older Raven Guard.
Oh!
Being the High Duke, or whatever it was called, from Baldur's Gate, and also the leader of the Flaming Fists, who was presumed missing with Alterel.
That's right.
Huh, fancy meeting you here.
Which also explains the Flaming Fist insignia on his plate. Anyway.
Small plane, innit?
Oh, it makes sense if you go to the city. He was in when it vanished. That he's in the city, he was in when it vanished. Anyway, is going to attack the bearded devil 3 times, the barbed devil 3 times. Hitting 2 of those 3 times. This Maragon is dead. The bearded devil sees that things are not going terribly well, but doesn't really have anywhere to go, so attacks Ontar twice. Hits neither of those times. The barbed devil slashes his tail and claws at older Raven Guard 3 times, but neither of them find any purchase on his plate. The priest of so far unknown name moves her spiritual weapon. Misses the bearded devil and follows up with another sacred flame. This bearded devil makes saving throw if Roll20 wants to open his character sheet. Succeeds his saving throw. Clink.
Clink makes sure his headphone is working. Clink. 5, 10, 15, 20. Clink sneezes a lot. Moves 25 feet. Someone point at the ugliest thing.
Points at Clink.
Yeah, points at Clink.
Okay. Clink sees this thing here in the corner, doesn't know what it is, so he throws an acid splash at it and its buddy.
Well, you encountered one before on the bridge, but yeah. Okay. 2 dexterity saving throws.
And
And then Clank uses his remaining movement to get behind. Get behind everyone. There we go.
Okay, both of them fail the saving throw, so they both take 7 acid damage as the acid splashes onto the cobblestones, not cobblestones, tiles. You see 2 arrows flying from over here somewhere.
Oh man.
One of them hitting the bearded devil, the other one hitting the ground, the wall. Another arrow flies into the bearded devil. Kripkash.
So as I'm completely out of everything. So I turn booming blade on. I click my mace. And it doesn't happen like I wanted to.
I'm going to start to wonder if it's your browser or something, because this is very weird. Okay, anyway. You run up to the bearded devil and smack him in the face with your mace, which goes off with a burst of thunder, and the devil goes down. Leaving only one left. Lulu up towards the front lines. Another arrow flies from the south but hits the wall. Another 2 arrows fly up, and these ones can aim a little better. And both of them hit the spined devil. Who is still standing but not looking terribly healthy. Gisela.
Butterflies.
Brrr. I'm firing my butterflies. Brrr.
Okay. Your 2 beams fly past the group of people now standing in the corridor. One of them hits the barbed devil in the arm, the other one hits the wall. He's still standing, but it looks like he doesn't need much more. There he is.
Yes. That's the only hostile left, right?
Yep.
Alright. And Eldritch Blast it is.
Okay.
Nice.
First one misses, the second one hits. So you blast the barbed devil into the wall. He sinks to the ground, and with that, the fight is over for now.
Yay.
Hooray!
Which is good because it's
Yay.
late.
Late. Late.
So
It's actually early again.
yeah. Well, so I suggest we just see for our schedule session and then go to bed because it's late.
It's late. It's Dino's birthday.
Oh, happy
yeah.
birthday, Dino!
Right. Thanks.
Happy birthday!
I,
So now we
I-
have to make a party for you.
It has been its birthday for 19 minutes already.
Oh, so you're saying that we should switch to Among Us?
Yes.
I'm think it is better to go to bed because this is yeah. Lots of things to think about in this fight because there's like 20 enemy types and NPC types and stuff. So is everyone free next week, Saturday?
Yes.
Should be.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, we do our next session then.
Right. Good night. Have
Good
a nice
night.
dinner.
Bye.